하나, 둘, 하나, 둘.
리허설 중이에요?
아니요.
네. 그럼 일단은 잭은 남자죠? Hello. Hello, Mr. Jack.
Hello.
Hi, can we just try testing your sound?
Yeah, absolutely. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
Testing.
that's perfect. Yeah. Thank
Great.
you. And
Okay.
can you hear us clear?
I can hear you very clearly. Yeah.
Okay. So, and do you know how to use the interpretation function?
I do. Yeah. Your colleague taught me yesterday very kindly.
Yeah, that's great. And then we'll start the meeting at 9:30. So just wait, and we'll see you later.
Okay. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Yep. 다음은 누구죠? 자우통은 자우통인가 영어로? 여자. 오케이. Hello, Miss Zhao.
Hello?
Hi. We'll just do the same as we did before. And can you say anything so that we can check the sound?
Sure. Good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, that's good. And can you hear us clear?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And do you know how to use the interpretation function?
Yes. I also tried it out yesterday.
Okay. Then we'll see you at 9:30. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is
시사중녀
Hyo
여러분,
Kim, a
안녕하십니까?
researcher at Jeju Research Institute, and today I will be
저는
moderating this session.
제주 연구원 김시우 연구원입니다.
So one of the topics discussed globally nowadays is that
전
climate change
세계적으로
is an
요즘
existential
많이
issue
다루고
for
있는 주제 중에
young generations, and thus
위기가
voice from the
있습니다.
young should
그래서 오늘
must be
기후
heard.
위기에
Since
따른
last
청년의
April,
역할에 대해서
Germany's highest court has
말씀드리겠습니다.
ruled that German climate legislation are unconstitutional because they place too much of a burden for younger generations, calling the current provisions incompatible with fundamental rights. So today we're going to deal with this kind of issues, and we're going to talk about what young actors have been doing, and we're going to listen what they have to say as young generations in regards to climate crisis.
기후변화 위기를 어떻게
So
대응해야
we
될지에
have
대해서
excellent topics
말씀드려보겠습니다.
today,
오늘
not only
굉장히
fixated on the
중요한
climate, but also
주제를
from oceans
다루고 있다고
to
생각합니다. 단순히
forests
기후
and such.
위기뿐만
So
아니라
without further ado, let me introduce our
청년의 역할을 이야기.
panelists of our today's session. We have Mr. Kang Ho-young, a chairman of the board at Jeju Badang Incorporated Association. And we have Ms. Tong Hui Chao, a master's candidate at KAIST Graduate School of Green Growth. And we have Mr. Jack Bath, a researcher at Coalition for Our Common Future. And lastly, but not least, we have Mr. Kim Hong-jin, a researcher at Jeju Research Institute. So for presenters, I would like to give you as much time as you need, but please keep in mind that because of the time constraint of our session, please keep the presentation within 10 to 12 minutes. And for audiences, if you have any questions for any of our panelists, please hold them. They will be answered during the Q&A time at the end. So now the floor is yours, Mr. Kang. 네, 대표님 발표해 주시면 됩니다.
Mr. Kang, please go ahead. Doesn't matter. You can just stand up or you can sit down. Doesn't matter.
안녕하세요.
Good morning. I am Kang Ho-young, board chair of the Jeju Badang Incorporated Association. Today, I would like to talk about the preservation of Jeju's sustainable marine ecosystem and the role of the youth. So, to briefly introduce you to Jeju Badang, Jeju Badang Incorporated Association is a non-profit entity established to organize and support volunteers in collecting and reducing marine litter. The questions that I take frequently is, what is marine waste or marine litter? Anyone with simple explanation? Marine litter refers to human-created waste that has been released into a sea or ocean or washed away to the ocean. So if it's on land, it's land waste. If it's in the sea, it's marine waste. After all, they are waste that we created. As you can see from the table, waste coming from the land far outweighs waste generated by fishing activities. These are the pictures of marine litter that we collected with our volunteers from Jeju's ocean. So how do they strike you? When it comes to marine litter, many of you oftentimes think that it is a country of a faraway country, or it is a problem that does not matter to you. But after this presentation, you might be surprised that you can see marine waste quite often. As you can see, the amount of marine waste is only growing, and this graph only shows the waste collected by the local authorities, and we don't know how much waste is still out there not collected. Rough estimation is that in Jeju, 20,000 tons of marine litter is put into the sea every year, and these uncollected waste causes a lot of problem. When it comes to marine waste, this is the typical picture you can imagine. You can see the marine tortoise is swimming, being trapped in fishnet. But this is something that you cannot readily actually see in our everyday life. So we oftentimes believe that this is not our problem. But please take a look at this video clip. We have already shown you that under the Sea of Jeju, it's filled with household garbage and abandoned fishing gear. The situation is quite similar even 40 minutes beneath the surface. We could see fish and soft coral dead tangled by abandoned net. Songdong Park has the story. In the coastal waters of Sopsum Island, a natural monument, divers actually find abandoned net stretching widely instead of the beautiful scenes that they are supposed to see. Fish and soft coral, which is an endangered species, are dying caught in the net. Fish, flatfish, rockfish, some of the fish in the net were already half rotten, tangled by the net. Long lines that have been used in the fishing boats were twining around the rocks, and divers struggled to untangle them. After 2 hours of work, they could collect about 100 kilos of discarded fishing nets and lines, and these not only pollute water but also affect marine life as well. When wound up by abandoned nets, marine animals cannot eat and eventually die and become the source of pollution. Discarded fishing gears are bulky and hard to collect, and even professional divers find it difficult to collect them back. You have to cut them one by one to collect, and I think they're quite huge, like 70 or 80 meters long. While fishing boats and fishermen just casually throw away fishing nets and gears that they cannot use anymore, the marine ecosystem of Jeju is dying slowly. So these are the frequent stories that we often hear in diverse media channels, in vacation times, in tourism seasons. You hear these kind of news. But actually, this is not a news only from the peak season. It is a all year round issue. Today, I would like to tell you why I am doing this activity to solve this marine litter problem. Why do you do this is the question I get quite often. I'm not an environmental activist, I have to say. Then why I am standing here and why I am doing this work? I was just an ordinary office worker. I was born in an urban city and worked in a restaurant franchise business. My job was to support franchisees. And just like other people do, one day I took a trip to Jeju to have a short getaway, basically. And during my trip, I could witness that marine litter and marine waste is everywhere. I could see that the coastal waters and the coastal areas were filled with the waste and garbage. And when I got back, I couldn't help thinking of neglected garbage on the beach, not the beautiful sceneries that I originally wanted to see. Trying to figure out what I can do and trying to figure out reasons why people don't care, I just decided to come to visit and come to Jeju. And under the name of Jeju Badang Incorporated Association, I do activities to clean up marine waste along with many volunteers. And this leads me to ask this question: what can the youth do to help preserve the marine ecosystem? Actually, nothing. Nothing if working individually. If alone, nothing can be done. Picking up waste is a good thing, but it is a small deed. We need a lot of people's participation to actually address this issue. If working alone, we cannot fix this, but if working together with those people who share the same value, and if we share knowledge, I think we can do much more to solve this problem. We think a lot about environment, but actually we just think and do nothing. We just stop there. However, we have to do something. But then, picking up leaders individually or alone cannot fix this problem. But if we just invite more and more people and enlarge the pool of people who follow the same cause, maybe we can get closer to fixing the problem. What I'm trying to say is that we have to start working on it, acting on your concern, along with the people who share the same concerns. The youth can start thinking about all these issues, and the youth can share this info with people around them. And I hope that we do not stop at sharing and start acting. I think that is the very first step that the youth can take. That is it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kang, for the meaningful message in your presentation. I think Mr. Kang has delivered us a very important message for younger generations that we should stop having climate or waste NIMBYism, and it is now our time to act. And he showed now or never spirit to us. Thank you again. And now, as problematic and important as oceanic waste in Earth's ecosystem and climate crisis is the forestry. And our next speaker, Dong-hee, or in Korean name, Dong-hae, she told me the other day, she will share her stories and insights on afforestation in China. Now the floor is yours, Dong-hee.
Thank you, Shiwoo. And let me first share my slides with you. Okay, so hopefully you can see it right now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dong-hee, as Shiwoo just introduced, and I am currently studying at the School of Green Growth in KAIST. Today, I would like to share with you some progress on afforestation in China and Chinese youth role in it. Let me first introduce you to this picture that was widely spread on social media this spring. Now, you might think that this is just a very common thing to see in Beijing in springtime, but to be honest with you, it's been over 20 years since I last saw something like this. It used to be part of my childhood memories, but the extreme climate this year has brought those memories back into reality. So when this serious sandstorm hit, I was just beginning my study at KAIST online here from Beijing, but I felt frustrated to see a natural disaster like this, while at the same time, I felt more anticipated about the future where I could make a contribution to my country in tackling environmental challenges after my study. However, the environmental problem is just one of the many problems troubling our society currently. Here in China, there are still worries about if COVID cases is going to spike in the winter or how the slowing down of the economy will be dealt with. Yet, with so many social problems to be addressed, young people today feel more powerless than ever before. Recently, a very popular phrase is called Tangping, or the lying flat movement. Young people joke about how lying flat will effectively prevent themselves from being hurt by the cold reality in the modern society out there. Now, it is, of course, a very unfortunate trend of young people feeling powerless and unwilling to make any efforts to positively take on daily challenges. And this is becoming a very common phenomenon globally, similar with the Great Resignation in the US and the Give Up generation in South Korea. Not only does the lying flat movement rings a warning bell for our society, it poses an immediate problem that we have no time to lose and we cannot bear the cost of leaving any generations behind. So there is a saying in China addressing the importance of the need for long-term effort and education. If your plan is for 1 year, plant rice. If your plan is for 10 years, plant trees. And if your plan is for 100 years, educate children. Now, to educate a generation of people is a long-term project, and it is also true with saving our planet Earth. So what if we can achieve these two goals together at the same time? That's why I would like to proceed my topic by going into 3 examples addressing the mobilization of youth power, the redefinition of their roles, and what new exciting trends are ahead of us in the field of afforestation. So the first example I'm introducing you today is about how young Chinese people are trying to utilize the digital technology to promote climate actions. And the project's name is called Ant Forest. So you might have heard of this if you're interested in afforestation issues, because Ant Forest has won the Champion of the Earth Award of the UNEP in 2019. Ant Forest is one of the features of Alipay, which is like the Kakao Pay in South Korea. It tracks your consumption records, and once an eco-friendly action is completed, such as taking public transportation or purchasing second-hand products, you will receive a certain amount of green energy, which is about equivalent to the emission that your action has saved. And when they reach a certain amount, you can choose to plant a tree or donate those energies in the form of funding to natural reserves. Now, something special about these online green users, 60% of them are below the age of 28. So I think there are 2 reasons why I see it as a perfect example of mobilizing young people's power. So first of all, to address the problem of lack of motivation, the feature provides updated visual images and allow users to be clearly informed of the change that they're making. The importance of this is that young people need to see how accumulating small daily efforts turns into part of a grand project. Now, you can see that your small daily efforts are doing good for our Mother Earth, and the change can be visible and tangible as long as we keep on reducing our carbon footprint in normal daily life. The second feature that made it so popular is the network that allow users to enhance their friendships and expand networking while making afforestation contributions. The function that allows people to do so is called stealing energies. So every early morning, you can steal energies from your friends if they themselves and no one else have collected them. And some even set very early morning alarms just to collect each other's energies. Besides, you can also check your friends' tree planting certificates and the ranking of the green energies that they got. On the right are 3 of my own certificates, and they tell you where your trees are and which organization is in charge of planting them. So one of my friends on the top of the ranking has acquired 37 certificates, which means that he now has 37 trees standing on the border of the desert in China. Now, the ant forest is a perfect example of how young people can be motivated and mobilized to get involved in long-term, arduous projects like growing trees in the desert. It is also a lesson for us that small efforts in daily life can make a big difference with the help of innovative ideas and social entrepreneurship. So far, over 550 million ant forest users have planted over 200 million virtual trees on mobile phone, and the physical trees planted cover an area equivalent to 2.5 times the surface area of Singapore. The carbon emission offset this project has generated is also quite significant. But I think what young people can do is more than just being supportive benefit receivers. We can take on leading roles as givers back to our society. Now, if ant forest sounded like a child's play, what I'm introducing next is more about young generation's long-term commitment in afforestation and turning planting trees into their lifelong career. This summer, during a trip to Shanxi province, I discovered one of the best ways to eat pears, and that is to slice them and marinate them in the juice of a kind of fruit called the sea berry. So sea berry is a plant that grows in very dry area near the desert, and it is usually planted to inhibit soil erosion. Growing sea berry is more than reversing desertification trend. It is also about bringing significant economic benefits. This young man right here is one of what we call the small town youngsters who decided to establish his own career while helping his hometown. His name is He Weifeng. He used to be a civil servant in Beijing after graduation. But his hometown Kelan is a very poor mountain village in Shenxi province. Agriculture is the main source of income there, but the arid and mountainous land was too fragile to support the livelihoods of the village. So in 2017, at the age of 33, he decided to go back to his hometown in Kelan and grow sea berries there. Not only can sea berry be made into juice, the seeds of it can be made into oil that is worth over $400 per kilo. The business became very successful, and with the help of Weifeng's company, the local farmers have more than doubled their income from growing and selling sea berry. While planting sea berry to bring some green color back to the barren homeland, Weifeng also moved the entire sea berry plantation, nurturing, processing, and sales industry to Kelan and helped to create more than 3,000 jobs there. Now, the saying, mountains and rivers green are mountains of silver and gold, is probably a must mention whenever one is introduced to green policies in China, but it is indeed a truth, at least in Weifeng's story. For all the young leaders here today, and for those who have the same dreams out there, the wave of green growth might has presented us with the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build a career in afforestation that's good for the earth and for the less privileged. Now, one exciting news for those hot pot lovers out there, the Ant Forest has collaborated with Haidilao, which is a very famous Chinese hot pot brand name, in developing this new product of hot pot soup that's made of sea berry juice. So for every hot pot sold, Haidilao will donate money for Ant Forest to grow a tree in the desert. I have not yet tried this new product yet, but I think it should be very delicious just by looking at these two pictures. Now, let's look into the future of afforestation. Some Chinese provinces that are rich in forestry resources have been using carbon sink as sources for financing and carbon offset sources. Now, with the new national ETS in place, many local governments are looking forward to fully utilizing their forestry resource to create jobs and new sources of income for farmers and villagers. According to one estimation, over 7 million tons of carbon sink are needed, which far exceeds the current existing amount. So that means there is more potential in the area of afforestation for young people to make your unique contributions. So if I were to give anyone of my age some encouraging words, I would show him this Chinese character for a big forest, which consists of 3 of the characters for a single tree. Now, the same is true with your action. Ant Forest relies on saving even just grams of CO2 emissions in your daily life, and Weifeng had no idea that the small fruit of sea berry can lift his hometown out of poverty. Even if your dream is not that big, you can always begin with something you like, given it hot pot or kimchi jjigae. From a trivial action today, find your passion into a more sustainable future. Last message, if you have a plan for 10 years, the best time to start planting your tree of hope is right now. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you so much, Tonghui, for the wonderful presentation and your insights on the afforestation in China. So Tonghui's presentation has, I think, 3 folds. One is the mobilization of youth through digital empowerment, such as by Ant Forest. And second, she redefined the role of youth. And third, she introduced the growing demand in forestry as a carbon sink, as well as the emphasis on the collaboration. So what really stood out to me from Tonghui's talking points was that she defines the youth not as supporting roles, but as leading roles, not as passive receivers, but as active contributors. That was really moving and inspiring to me. And so we have heard specific cases from oceanic waste to forest, and their presenters' insights in regards to those specific cases. Because our ecosystem is highly intertwined, oceanic waste and afforestation has clearly a massive impact on the climate crisis. So So now we're going to talk more about macroscopic issues regarding climate crisis. Our next speaker, Jack, is from the United Kingdom, where 26th Glasgow Climate Change Conference of Parties is being hosted. And he will share some of the insights from the COP26, and also he will talk about carbon pricing. The floor is yours now, Jack.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much to you for that kind introduction. And hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a pleasure to be talking with you all this morning. And honestly, it's wonderful to see so many of these types of events at which the youth and their representatives are given an opportunity to speak. Certainly, we've come a long way in achieving greater levels of youth engagement and action in combating the climate crisis. And there are plenty of exciting initiatives taking place all around us, many of which my colleagues here today are involved in, and some of which have been and will be delivered to you here. However, I'm not going to be doing that today. Instead, I want to start by talking to you about something which has really plagued my thoughts recently, and which I think to be quite dangerous if we're not sufficiently vigilant. And it's not a new problem. Actually, it might well be one of the oldest issues humanity has faced. Yet at this critical juncture, where judiciousness is of the highest importance, we must be mindful of this more than anything else. And that problem is of empty words, promises without foundation, or what Greta might call blah, blah, blah. There are two very popular concepts within the political climate change space currently, and both of them are potentially dangerous, and both of them feed into each other. And those ideas are of youth leadership in climate change action and carbon neutrality by 2040, 2050, 2060, whenever that may be. But first, let me clarify by saying that youth leadership itself is not dangerous, actually quite the opposite. But the danger lies in this dual phase kicking of the buck or passing of the buck by current leaders. Not only are we setting these climate targets which are far into the future and to which current leaders cannot be held accountable, but the recent dialogue around the stakes of climate change for the youth and the importance of the youth to act as leaders serves little more than to further disassociate our global leaders and corporations from any semblance of responsibility. So, as you're all aware, COP26 has been taking place over the past couple of weeks and has highlighted once again how difficult climate negotiations are at the highest level and how they're consistently failing to make progress at the speed required. And certainly we would deem many of the decisions made to not be in the interests of the youth who global leaders so frequently claim to respect. Now, if any of those leaders happen to be watching by some miracle, and particularly those in some of the most developed economies, if you'd like to write to me and detail exactly how the decision to refuse to phase out coal power plants is made out of respect for the youth and future generations, then I implore you to contact the organizers of this event and they'll be more than happy to share those contact details with you. Now, when we think about these decisions, could they have been altered by arguments from youth leaders? I would say the reality is no. Then what does it mean to be a youth leader? What agency does that position carry with it? Or more importantly, what agency could that position potentially carry when the powers and resources to affect change are afforded to it? The youth narrative is very inspiring, and former President of the United States, Barack Obama, earlier this week dedicated a considerable portion of his speech at COP26 to directly address the youth and remind them of their important role. Obama highlighted the successes of notable youth leaders around the world who had proven their mettle and had an impact. He noted that the youth have to change the minds of those in power now, the older generations, or have those individuals move aside. But what he really failed to note was how those with the power and resources to support the youth can do so now in more effective ways, and what cross-generational partnerships can be constructed. And to be honest, I was disappointed by the absence of this. And in the context of what I've been talking about so far, I'm sure you can understand why. This way of thinking, that the emphasis is very much on the youth to battle through the barriers set up by leaders of corporations and governments, is irresponsible. Just as when one is faced by a locked door, it's much easier for the person residing behind it to unlock the door rather than to kick it down yourself. The resources which could be made available for educating a climate-savvy youth and supporting youth leadership projects are tied up elsewhere, and often they're used in areas which contradict this youth-supporting narrative. In the UK, for example, between 2017 and 2019, the government supported fossil fuel industries to the tune of $16.4 billion per year on average. And that's according to the International Institute for Sustainable Development. And one must possess very little imagination to begin to think of what even a fraction of that could achieve if diverted to youth projects instead. Now, this is what is needed. This is what our leaders must do. But not only that, they must also open up pathways for youth representation within the government at the highest level, and this is becoming more of a necessity. As the Global Carbon Budget Report this year highlighted, we have but 11 years to make the changes needed to avoid the worst effects of climate change. So waiting for the youth to build initiatives from the ground up by themselves is becoming less of an option. Considerable resources must be channeled to the youth projects. Youth must be elevated to power by those with the ability to do so, and agreements pursuant of the conditions beneficial to this cause must be made now. As Hugh mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about climate carbon pricing, and one such agreement which must be reached is that regarding Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. The clarification of ambiguities around carbon credits and carbon markets is absolutely necessary if we are to have our industries move with speed towards carbon neutrality, and if we are determined to put an effective price on emissions. It's rare that such an era-defining decision is so obviously on the way, and much of the youth cohort is paying keen attention to carbon pricing and carbon markets. Emissions trading systems are being deployed more widely, and this year China launched its national emissions trading system to become the single largest regulated market for emissions trading in the world. Simultaneously, the European Union's carbon border adjustment mechanism is prepared for operational deployment in 2026, and the levy placed on European importers as a result of this mechanism will make it increasingly difficult for the way carbon is priced to be ignored. The creation of emissions-related markets, mechanisms, and so forth are still very much in development, and we don't have a rich historical context on which to base our decisions. And I believe this is one frontier at which the youth can have their impact felt the most. So it's for this reason that I've been working recently to assist Vladislav Arnodov. He's a senior specialist in quality assurance and monitoring and evaluation at the Green Climate Fund. And I've been assisting him in his writing of a textbook on carbon markets. The dissemination of this type of information to the youth, who can use their energy and creativity, channel it to make more effective designs and mechanisms, who can place ever increasing pressure on their governments and companies to be more ambitious when engaging with these markets and mechanisms, and who must ultimately engage with these ideas as those which form the backdrop to our larger fight against climate crisis. Dedicating some resources to making some members of the youth experts and leaders in this emerging field will be invaluable to the operations of governments and companies alike. And failure to provide the youth with every opportunity to do so should be viewed as nothing less than shameful. I really want to make it clear to any of the older generations that are listening and who might be resolved to resist this change that there are partnerships to be had. Investments in youth leaders and initiatives are a requirement for a prosperous future in which the suffering of untold hundreds of millions is minimized. But it can be extremely difficult to empathize with those removed from us geographically or temporally, particularly those that are yet to exist, but who will ultimately bear the burden of the decisions we're making now. So to close, I want to leave you with this. In his presentation on the future of reasoning, an American educator called Michael Stevens discusses a theory known as the Fermi paradox, which questions why in the great age and expanse of the universe, life and civilization does not appear to exist anywhere else but Earth. One proposed response to this paradox is a concept known as great filters, which are challenges so difficult to overcome that few, if any, civilizations successfully do so. And in the context of climate change and the geographical and temporal barriers disconnecting us from those suffering the consequences, Stevens says the following: this may be one of the first challenges advancing civilizations face, wielding not just the power of technology, but also the responsibilities. Whether or not a species can extend their empathy might just be a great filter. So a final message to you would be, let's recover some of that empathy that we've lost, make the right decisions because we have to and because we should, and believe in and support the youth alongside those with the power now to make the changes a reality. And as Sir David Attenborough poignantly said just over 1 week ago, if we're working apart, we are a force powerful enough to destabilize our planet. Surely working together, we're powerful enough to save it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jack, for your insightful presentation. And I think Jack has tapped the core issue of the role of the youth thing in this climate crisis era, thorny but necessary issue that in his talking points, he said, youth need those who are in power now with every increasing platforms to make their voices heard and pathways to enact change. So he tapped this core issue of that. And thank you for the insight. And we're going to have more discussion afterwards. And so now, before we talk more, we have our last but not least, actually one of my colleagues, Mr. Kim Hong-jin, a researcher at Jeju Research Institute, and he's going to, he just flew back from Glasgow to share, as one of the delegations for Jeju, he's going to share insights from the COP26, as well as his hands-on experience working with the World Bank about Jeju's case. So now the floor is yours, Hong-jin.
Thank you very kindly, Xiu, and thank you organizers for this wonderful event. I really like the name, the Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum, because I was part of a project that specifically designs how we can increase and enhance partnerships within this particular area. And obviously that doesn't mean that our partnership cannot expand to North America, South America, Europe, Africa. But nonetheless, I'm truly honored. And let me just begin by saying, yes, Jack, I share your anger, and I will do my best to make something out of your anger. as mentioned before, Jack and I have been close partners in preparing a report that specifically concerns renewable energy expansion and battery energy storage system expansion in our fight against the climate crisis. First, I'll discuss that, and then I'll move on to talk about my short experience in COP26 Glasgow. So the report I was talking about is called Battery Energy Storage System Development in the Pacific Island Countries. And the reason I really like this project is because it shares the experience of a decade-long project of Jeju. Jeju's carbon-free island 2030 aims for 100% renewable energy and electric vehicle expansion by 2030. And it is very highlighting, and it feels good that what's happening here in Jeju can be expanded to our neighboring countries in the Pacifics. So this report consisted of an in-depth policy, market, and financial research, followed by a statistical analysis of the energy and battery systems, and a roadmap design for our Pacific Island countries. But I'm not here to just talk about the outcomes of the report. The real highlight that I want to point out is the governance structure, which I will after I share with you the findings. So please keep in mind that it's not just about the results of this report, but as it is more so who participated. And I think that point will be of the highest relevance to this forum. So it took 1 year, and it was published just last month. And, excuse me. So the findings are fourfold, but obviously here I just want to emphasize the third point, because this forum is taking place here at Jeju. So we explored 2 cases of Jeju, Korea, and we explored cases of Jeju's main power grid, and Gapado's mini grid. We used a generalized method of moments to estimate the relationship among multiple parameters, in this case renewable energy and battery storage system, in statistical models. And we are able now to say with numerical evidence that the importance of battery energy storage system for expanded renewable generation is uncontested for the following reasons shown in the slide. And one of the really exhilarating finding that I was able to feel when conducting this research was there really isn't any place for coal or fossil fuels or diesels. As I was reading the outcomes of the modeling, it felt really good to know that renewables and battery energy storage will be the future. And when I say battery energy storage, obviously battery energy storage is just one technology out of the many supporting technologies that can support renewable integration in the grid. But nonetheless, if you see to the top right here, we have numerically proven that there's no statistical significance between fossil fuels and battery, meaning, and it's kind of a proclamation to our elders who are in control of investment criteria, just do not invest in fossil fuels. Why the will you, right? Sorry about my vulgar language. Invest in solar, invest in wind. It has a much higher efficiency, and it combines so well with battery energy storage systems. A similar result was found in the GAPA mini grid. Obviously, we have more information here because of the granularity of the raw data we received. And the findings are, again, as I mentioned, very hopeful. Variable renewable energy sources are likely to be not only at the center of only PICs, but also in North America, South America, Europe, Africa. And I think it's a responsibility of Jeju as one of the core islands in Korea in terms of renewable energy expansion to share its experience with developing nations or even developed nations for that matter. So we were able to address the issue of curtailment, which will sort of haunt the electric grid in Jeju for the upcoming years. And now to my main point. I would like for all of you to see the governance of the principal research team and our external supporting researchers. I'm confident and I am very proud to announce here that the core research team, the eldest of this core research team is aged 31. And can you guess who that is? Obviously, I'm the oldest one here. So you could characterize me as a slightly older young adult. I don't know if that makes sense, but my point is to the right down box, to the box in the right down, bottom right. Our senior advisor groups are the elders of our organization, and they have been of immense help supporting us. But then again, the point I want to emphasize is that because of their support, we, the young, were able to successfully conduct a very important research that can be replicated across the globe. Now on to the lessons from COP26. Obviously, I prepared this presentation material before I flew over to Glasgow. And the picture you see here is that of the pre-COP in Milan. And over 400 youth have gathered to discuss and draw up a resolution about the youth driving ambition, sustainable recovery, non-state actors engagement, and climate-conscious society. Obviously, they have drafted a very solid resolution to be delivered to the UN Secretary General. Unfortunately, the determination of the youth and their determination written in words haven't been reflected in the final draft of the COP26, or so as I am hearing. But nonetheless, I think it was a very solid program, the pre-COP, because it is now an official UNFCCC-sponsored event, and I believe that beginning with this COP and the next COP in Egypt and the following one in UAE, we'll also have an official youth session. Now, I want to emphasize the third point, the non-state actors engagement, because that is what I felt very closely of my part as a youth at COP. So obviously, when we say actors here, they mean national government, right? Or non-state actors here, in this case, would be municipality of Jeju, or Washington State, or the state of Bavaria, or even myself. I'm a non-state actor. And my role in COP26 was that of a learning experience. And it was very hectic, to be honest. I really thought my legs would chop out with all the moving I've been doing. But because of the opportunity that the former Governor Won Hee-ryong of Jeju and his partnership with Governor Inslee of Washington State, because of that opportunity, because of them allowing me to participate in that event, I was able to meet a lot of like-minded youth. For instance, climate advisors for governors, for cities, or even activists in the streets. And I think it was a very good opportunity for me to know that there are hundreds, maybe thousands, hopefully millions of youth out there trying to fight this crisis. Excuse me. So the message for the Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum would be the following. So when I observe young people from the perspective of a young person, the young are absolutely concerned. No, cross that out. They're absolutely terrified about the climate crisis. And we are on a very different level in terms of our fear of the climate crisis, as Jack so eloquently had put it out, of this crisis. And because of that terror that might haunt us one day, we are able to gather information at a very quick pace to learn how we can combat this. And we are able to communicate this very freely across the globe using the internet and with less prejudice. So my suggestions for both the elders and the young would be, elders, give the young an opportunity to excel. Give them a chance to fight this. If you're advised by the information that we gather and the information that we communicate within us, you'll really have an impactful contribution to make and perhaps leave your footmark in the history books. So like the Coalition of Our Common Future and like the pre-COP Milan, create a platform wherein the young can play to combat the climate crisis. And Jack, I share your anger, so let's do much more, much faster. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hongjin, for insightful presentation. So Hongjin talked about the role of youth in terms of from the COP26, and he also shared experience working with the World Bank, a research study on the battery energy storage system and variable renewable energy integration with two specific cases of Jeju, mainly driven by young generation with the help of seniors. So thank you for your insights. And so we have about 70 minutes left. So I have so many questions to ask, but given the time constraints, I'm going to ask a key question that audiences would wonder. And then there is a question came up from one of the online participants. This will be answered after we have a little chat with the presentation and issues. So I will start with Mr. Kang. So 대표님과는 한국어로 조금 대화를.
With Mr. Kang, I would like to talk in Korean. I hope that's okay. So about the Jeju Barang, the presentation was wonderful. Thank you. What I feel is this about climate change and the marine litter and wastes. To solve these issues, we need to do something from regulatory perspective, of course, but sometimes it feels like we have to create a business model because we need private sector's participation to actively solve these issues. But then, as for the Jeju Barang Incorporated Association, it is a social corporation. So to those of young people out there who want to do social enterprises, as a person who already have done so, any piece of advice or recommendations? Thank you. As you pointed out, climate change, marine wastes are in the same line. I think I should begin by saying this. These activities matter, but so far, we have led volunteers take care of these issues. The public organizations, the governments have been recklessly developing all their projects and neglected all the side effects, and that is why we have such a big issue currently facing us. But then, be it government or be it companies, they should start working to strengthen the regulation so that we can prevent the occurrence of these problems in the first place. And as for us, we started out as a non-profit entity and we are now transforming ourselves into a social enterprise because as a non-profit organization, we only have to rely on donation for operation. We create revenue through services and products. And we need some funding channels to maintain our operation. As for social enterprise, I think all the people who want to solve these issues with these types of activities can be called social entrepreneurs. And I think there are a lot of youth out there who are already interested in these fields. And to be clear, creating business and running a business is definitely not an easy job. You might suffer and you might fail, but if you do have a concern that you want to tackle, I recommend that you take your time to study it. And I recommend you start first, not worrying about failure. I cannot guarantee that you'll 100% success or succeed. However, even after failure, I think you will 100% get a better perspective or get a better understanding about the issue that that you wanted to solve, and listening to other advices, you will definitely build back better after the initial failure. I want to say that finding connectivity and network among the people who you share your interest with would be a good way to go. Thank you. Mr. Kang have given advice to would-be social entrepreneurs, young social entrepreneurs. Since it is an environmental problem that we are trying to solve, we have to think about regulation and we have to think about diverse stakeholders that are in the ecosystem. And he mentioned that we have to think about all these diverse stakeholders and the needs of networking as well. Thank you.
Moving to Donghui. So China has been one of the leading countries in climate action, including the leading clean technologies and such high penetration rates of electric vehicles, and especially in youth climate action, from ant forest to stories of small town youngsters that you have addressed in your presentation. So my question is, what could Korea and especially young generations in Korea could learn from China's bold and outpacing climate action?
Thank you for that question, Shiwoo. Although I don't think I'm in the right position to give anyone suggestions, I do have some thoughts to share with you on this issue. So I think there is lots of similarity between the East Asian countries nowadays. The high speed of economic growth is kind of slowing down. Although the economy is in transition, there hasn't been enough opportunities shown to the young generation. So my two own thoughts are, first of all, I think the young people should consider the potential and the possibility of crossovers. So for example, the ant forest is not an idea of some ecologists or environmental activists. It was this idea from some programmers. So the story was these programmers were just asked by their boss to create something out of green finance products. And so they had this idea that maybe they can create something that can both improve the afforestation situation in China, which is obviously a very important issue, and also to cultivate some eco-friendly consuming behaviors. So that's why they came up with this idea. So my suggestion is that if your major or your past experience has not been particularly relevant, you can still think about what you can do first and then try to align it with what you want to achieve. Also, the society needs to be more tolerant of alternatives. Do consider the potentials of young people before judging them by their degrees, past experiences, or any fixed stereotypes, because we are entering into a new model of development. So I believe you will never know where you can find some pure gold. The next suggestion I have is that we should find the right problem to address. So in terms of climate actions, there are millions of topics out there, and each country would have their own agendas and challenges. So for example, I remember having watched this Korean TV show hosted by Baek Jong-won, and who visited this farm in the rural area of Korea and advocated the citizens to purchase some so-called ugly vegetables that are perfectly to be eaten but are thrown away because of their imperfect appearance. So maybe sustainable agriculture where reducing food waste is more relevant to Korea than afforestation. So the key point here is that you need to identify the problems that are most close to your hometown and find solutions that are not simply adopted from somewhere else, but can be adapted to your local situation. So these are the two thoughts that I have to share with you.
Thank you, Tonghui. So she talked about the integration of your background with the appropriate and relevant environmental problem. So we don't have really time now, so I will straight move to Jack. So you, as I mentioned earlier, you tapped really core issue of the role of youth in this climate crisis era. I think what you said is kind of related to the equity issues between generations, pushing youth to deal with the climate change because we become the main stakeholder in the climate crisis era. When we become the main stakeholder by the time we face brutal impacts, while there are simply not enough platforms for young generations to enact and change. So I think that was really important issue and something that we have to think about. So my question is, although you kind of mentioned it, what kind of regulatory support or what kind of any kind of support that should be quickly done by policymakers and those who are in power now?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Hugh. So in the presentation, I mentioned two things that I think would be really critical. The first one is the redistribution of the resources in order to support youth projects and youth leadership. So I talked about that $16.4 billion, an absolutely massive figure that's being used to support the fossil fuel industries by the UK government. And bearing in mind, that's just one government, one of the largest nonetheless, but still only one. Even a fraction of that could be used to better promote youth leadership programs, youth initiatives, even some of the initiatives we've heard about here today could benefit greatly from that. The second point I'd like to make, and which I think would be incredibly useful, although perhaps not easy to implement or very fast in its implementation, would be the introduction of a Future Generations Accountability Council within government. And as Hongjin mentioned earlier, particularly with the COP26 youth side of things in Milan, the things that we do as the youth and our representation isn't necessarily powerful and doesn't necessarily have agency accompanying it. So such a council would need to have the legislative powers or the legal powers to oversee the actions of the government and veto the parts that are definitely not in the interest of the future generations. I'll leave it there because we are short on time, but I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much for your insightful answer. So moving to Hongjin, I know that you flew from Glasgow Climate Change Conference straight back to here to, obviously he had a COVID test, but which is negative, by the way, and straight back to here to share with us your experience. So thank you. And my question is, what was it like to be actually on site as one of the young generation, and what was most impressive for you, good impressive or bad impressive? And so tell us a bit more about the on-site experience for those who were not there.
Well, first of all, thank you for characterizing me as one of the young. Certainly I wasn't. We were, to begin with, we were just on our bus going to the event venue, and we saw a lot of youth, like proper youth, just out of the schools, elementary schools, secondary schools, and then the slightly older ones were the very active college kids, university activists, and then the young adults who just begun their career but nonetheless made the time to go to the streets in protest of the lack of leadership. And then there are people like me who actually have to make a living out of something, right? But yeah, across the different spectrum of youth, they're angry, like you can feel it, and that anger sometimes are channeled into some violent means, which I do not approve. But perhaps that's what they do because that's the only way to get the attention of the people who are backdoors making the negotiations that doesn't work or have not worked for at least since Copenhagen. So that's what, 12 years lost? And imagine, like Jack said, what we could have done, you know, like what we could have done with the fraction of the hundreds of billions of subsidies that went into coal to make this planet a mess, right? So you can definitely feel that anger more than the pictures that you see. And yeah, so if you have an opportunity, participate in the next pre-COP in, I don't know where that will be, but just you'll get the vibe. And then, as I mentioned before, one of the encouraging things was to know that there are so many angry youth. And what I really felt after, I wasn't actually in the conference room when Obama spoke, President Obama spoke, but obviously he's a great orator and he galvanized the youth. And he specifically said, stay angry, right? Okay, Mr. Obama, I have a word for you. We are angry, you stay angry, and let your peers be angry, right? Or else I don't think there will be angry people anymore in this planet. So I think that's my take on the COP. Thank you.
Thank you, Hongjin. Because we have less than 3 minutes, I have to answer one of the question came up from the online participant. So for those audiences in the offline, if you have any questions, please privately chat with our panelists afterwards. So it's actually the common question. This question applies to all of you, but since the time constraint, I have to pick one of you, and that is 강호영 대표님께 여쭤보겠습니다.
And I would like to ask Mr. Kang to answer. This is an online question. So since you are a chairman of the board of one organization, I want you to answer this online question. As a young generation, what is the priority that you think? What is the priority task for a young generation? That is one question from our online audience. Maybe you can make it brief for 1 minute, I guess. Thank you. The priority task that is needed. That was the question, right? And I think that encapsulates all of the presentations and the discussions we had in the session. Stay angry. That was the expression, right? I believe many older generation is aware of the issue, but after discussing the issue, and they just forget. When I have discussions with senior generation, I can see that they emphasize with me, but then some of my acquaintances casually throw away right in front of me. So people are turning blind eyes to problems. They just blindly assume that, oh, this might be a problem because everybody else is saying so. And they stop there. And they just casually think that, oh, these might be problems and do not act on them. As was pointed out repeatedly, shouldn't stop at acknowledging the problems. We have to act on them. That would be my final message. Thank you.
이렇게
Climate change is not a problem that we can actually see. So we are aware of the problem, but it is oftentimes difficult to put our thoughts into action. So as a young generation, we have to make efforts, and maybe we have to demonstrate that we know this issue and we are acting on it.
So thank you so much for all of the panelists. And so from Jeju, from China, from the UK, we have had various viewpoints about the role of youth in response to climate crisis, and the conclusion and the challenge ahead of us is that young generations are so important in this climate crisis era, one way or another, because not only because we are the most main stakeholders by the time we face the impact, but also because we have the most potential, especially we are living in a world that is digitally connected. So we have this potential and capacity that can be immeasurable because of the connection that we have. So thank you, panelists, for your valuable insights. So this will be the end of our session. Thank you all.
잠시 후 11시 10분부터 젠지호를 만나다 지구를 지키는 청년들 특별 세션이 이곳 랜딩 볼룸 AB에서 시작됩니다. 감사합니다.
Hello? Hello? Hi, Gab, Nathaniel, Shreya, and Louise. Can you guys hear me? This is Che.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep.
Awesome. Oh, okay.
Oh, wonderful.
Good to see you guys. Where's your camera, everyone? Hi. I know Gab and Shreya didn't have chance to kind of do the technical check, so I think we can do that now. 뭐뭐 체크해야 되죠? Okay, so I think we will test each one of you and test kind of the audio quality here. So can each of you speak up? So I'll start with Gab.
Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, sounds good. Louise.
Sound check. 1, 2, 3.
Sounds good. Shreya.
Sound check. 1, 2, 3.
Awesome. And Nathaniel.
Hi, testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. Thank you. 그리고 okay.
I'm not sure if it's just me, but I can't seem to hear everyone else. I'll get some earphones and see if that fixes it. But for some reason, I can't hear Gab, Nathaniel, and Shreya. But I'll fix that.
Okay. Is that the same problem with you guys, Gab, Nathaniel, and Shreya?
I can still hear everybody.
Yeah, I can hear everyone also.
Okay. Shreya 어제 안 한. Shreya, do you mind sharing your screen? We want to see what it looks like on the stage.
Yes.
Thank
Is this good?
We can't see it yet.
Okay, give me a second. Sent. Here we go. And I'll move the little talking view to the side. And then I should be able to just advance the slides like that.
Gab 이분이요. Yeah, and thank you, Shreya. Can we try Gab as well? Can you present your screen?
Okay. How does this look?
Yeah, we can see it. Thank you.
Should I try it? Does audio work? Because I have the videos.
Can we try the video? I know you have 2 videos in slide 10 and 25. Video 한번.
Does Is it working?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
이거
Stop sharing.
예전에 봤을 때 그 정도는 나올 거예요. 네. 그리고 지금 어떻게 해야 돼요?
알아먹을까요? 인풋 레벨을 줄여주세요 하면?
그러니까 여기서 이제 좀 진짜 너무 크게 들린다는 거죠.
울린다는 거야. 울리니까 지금 여기서도 울리잖아요. 이게 또 타고 절로 들어가니까 청취자분들이 무슨 말인지 못 알아듣는데 어제 그 얘기했었던 그 부분. 근데 이건 사실 장비의 문제라.
어쩔 수 없어. 약간 떨어져서 말하라고 할 수도 없잖아요. 근데 그럼 작아지니까.
일단 마이크 들어가는 레벨을 조금 줄일 수 있나요? 여기 보면 오디오 설정에 보면 설정에 보면 요게 있어요. 마이크 테스트 이거를
약간
조금 줄여서 할 수 있는
인풋 레벨이요?
네.
아이콘을 설명을 하면서 한번
네. 어디로
다
가요?
동일하게.
동일하게.
So, hi guys. So on the bottom toolbar, there's a audio function, right? The mic icon, and in the arrow that's in the mic icon, you can go to the audio function, audio setting, and we want you to try kind of reduce the input level of your mic, so the input volume, just a little bit. Did everyone get that?
So we don't press the automatically adjust microphone volume.
So adjusting the mic volume. And we want to try everyone's audio level again. So yeah, so let's start with you, Gab.
Mic test 1, 2, 3.
Luis.
Mic test 1, 2, 3.
And Nathaniel.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
And Shreya.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
I just had a quick question. Should I blur my background? Is it too busy, or is it okay the way it is?
I think it looks fine. We can see your fancy awards, so that's good.
It's a place with good lighting, especially now that it's getting a little bit later.
Oh, Shreya, it sounds a bit loud on our end for your volume. Do you mind adjusting a little bit? So go to the
Lower?
audio settings and try to reduce the volume just a little bit.
How is that? Is this a little bit better?
I think this is fine. Yeah, they
Okay, this is what it was a little bit earlier, so I just moved it back.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think we did all the tech run, and just another reminder, I sent a WhatsApp message, but when I'm giving you guys your intro and bio, when I'm reading your intros, please share your screen then, so we can start right away, so you don't have to be like, I'm sharing my screen now. So we'll get your presentation up and ready when I'm reading the bios. Thank you. Okay, I think we have a couple minutes, so we have around 10 minutes till the event, so we can just wait a bit more. We're gonna have some people coming in soon, so yeah, you guys just keep waiting and let me know if you have any questions.
Oh, Jay, I have one question. I'll quickly share my screen because I changed my last slide so that it doesn't, let me quickly, it's this last slide. As you mentioned, because I didn't like the way that it looped. So all my videos are on loop now.
Yeah.
But this one instead ends at it ends like this. And I was wondering if the text is too much or if it's okay.
텍스트가 너무 많아 보이나요? 마지막에? No, I think it looks fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Looks good.
Great. Because I can make last minute adjustments as needed.
Okay, thanks for checking. Jay wants to give some tips.
Hello, everyone. This is Jay Lee from National Geographic as Executive Director for Asia. I recognize all of you because Gab, I think I met you in Singapore somewhere, and Mavlo and Sarah and Natalia, Daniel, and you guys have been doing so much great talks through the Jeju seminar over these years and with Che. I was in a backstage for watching you guys, and I'm so excited you guys have here in the session. So fingers crossed, and then I'd like to promote you guys more than ever. So let's keep my promise to meet you in person someday soon in Asia. Good luck.
Thanks so much, Jay.
네, 안녕하세요. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of the Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum in Jeju. First of all, I'd like to thank JDC and East Asia Foundation for hosting and organizing this forum. It's truly such an honor to be part of this meaningful event. My name is Chaeyeon Kim, and I'm a research associate for the National Geographic Society in Asia, and I'm currently based in Jeju. I'll be moderating the panel discussion for the session, Meet Gen Geo, the Youth Protecting Our Planet. So National Geographic has a powerful mission to use the power of science, exploration, education, and storytelling to illuminate and protect the wonder of our world. For over 133 years, we have been driven impact by identifying and investing in a global community of explorers. This includes leading scientists, educators, storytellers, conservationists, technologists, and many other change makers who help us define some of the critical challenges of our time, advance new solutions, and inspire positive, transformative change. But what we have started to see take shape across the globe is a growing movement of young people stepping forward and taking the lead in tackling the most critical issues of our time. At National Geographic, we truly believe that young people are the key to solving the biggest issues that we face today, and that by connecting young and emerging leaders, together we can take action and transform the world. We like to say that you're part of Gen Geo. This stands for Generation Geography, a global community of young people who are helping to shape the conversation, drive change, seek solutions, and lead new efforts to protect the wonder of our world. For all of you joining us today, we consider you an important member of this community. And by being here, you're demonstrating your commitment to making a difference for the planet. We want to help empower you to make change now. Now, I'd like to share a video with you that captures some of the youth leadership that we're seeing across the world.
We have an amazing opportunity to shape the way a generation sees the world.
Our planet is changing.
And that affects us all.
There are big challenges and lots of reasons to hope.
I want to help create a better future.
I want to be a leader.
I feel hopeful because there are a lot of people in the world who do care about the Earth.
The first step in solving an issue would be learning about it.
Show me how to explore.
That curiosity leads to empowerment and the will to make change.
How to care for the planet.
I do feel like I could be part of the solution.
And for others.
We're all citizens of one planet Earth.
How to inspire.
If my teachers introduce me to a new idea, something that I can make a change in the world, it makes me feel empowered.
How to be a force for change.
We, all of us, are a global community of change makers.
And how to build a movement.
Young people are the Earth's most untapped resource for hope. And we're seeing it through movements led nationally by our youth. Students are not just the future, but we are very much part of the present.
Show me the world.
And I will lead.
And I will lead.
And I will lead.
And I will lead.
Give us a chance to change the world. And we will lead.
Today, we'll be talking with young changemakers that are on the front lines of protecting our planet. I'm thrilled to have 4 National Geographic explorers, all young people under the age of 25, here with us today to tell us more about their work in conserving the environment. Each one has a different approach, but all show the importance of youth creativity to make an impact on issues facing our communities and environments. After we hear from all 4 explorers, we'll have a panel discussion and some time for Q&A with the audience. So please save all your questions till the end. I'll introduce our explorers, each before their own presentation. And I would like to introduce our first explorer, Gab Mejia. So Gab Mejia is a Filipino conservation photographer, environmental storyteller, and engineer focused on nature, wildlife, and culture. At the age of 24, he already holds many titles and awards. He's a National Geographic Explorer, Nikon Asia Ambassador, an Emerging League Fellow in the International League of Conservation Photographers, a 2019 Jackson Wild Media Lab Fellow, and on the Forbes list of 30 under 30 for Asia. He has published stories on National Geographic, CNN, Nikon, Worldwide Fund for Nature, United Nations Development Program, and many other international platforms. When he was just 20, he co-founded Youth Engaged in Wetlands, a global youth network advocating for conservation of wetlands and natural climate solutions around the world. And for the past 4 years, he has worked as part of the WWF Philippines National Youth Council. I'd like to welcome National Geographic Explorer Gab Mejia to the virtual stage.
Thank you so much, Jay. And it's a real honor and privilege to be speaking in here, even though it's virtual. My name's Gab, and I'm from the Philippines. And today I'm actually be talking about how we can use storytelling or stories to be able to conserve our wild places, nature, and the environment. And of course, the different cultures and people who depend on the ecosystems that we have around our planet. My journey really started becoming a photographer when I really fell in love, I guess, with hiking and mountaineering when I was young. It was when I was around 13 when I really fell in love with nature. I was a mountaineer first before I became a photographer, always hiking with my dad around the different forests, mountains, and tracing rivers and lakes around the Philippines back at home. But I never really knew how the power of storytelling, of holding a camera, could be an amazing tool for change, an amazing opportunity to be able to share your lens and your perspective, and also to be able to connect with others. Photography really became, I guess, the career that I went on and pursued and directed. And it was really honestly a tough job being a conservation photographer. Usually when people see photographs, it would just be that moment that they would actually emanate the expressions and emotions that we have. But in truth, there are some things that are less hidden, or less seen, but more hidden in a way, like sleeping in tree houses, going under the mud with bloody thighs and bloody knees, and even going into the ice and snow in one of the most remote places. But I guess storytelling really has this drive to be able to show the world around you. And it was this love, I guess, and desire to be able to share the stories, the places that I grew up, and see the changes happening in the environment in the Philippines, the forest being deforested, the plastic pollution seeping into our oceans, and all these different environmental issues that we're facing, that we're all sharing together. But being a conservation photographer really pushed in a way of how it was one of the most fulfilling jobs, I guess, not to scare anyone with the bloody thighs or like the snow and everything like that, but it was really a magical world to be able to see nature in its most pristine and raw environment of seeing migratory birds fly all in one of the largest wetlands in the Philippines called the Agusan marshlands, or camping in under the stars in the universe in the Mojave Desert in the United States, or even going in all the way to the Arabian deserts to see amazing alien-like creatures like this endangered Arabian oryx, or even seeing creatures that resemble our humanity, that resemble us, like this amazing Japanese macaque in the Japanese Alps in the Alps of Japan. And also even, something distant, birds flying in the sky, soaring up there, dreams and hopes. And even, alien-like creatures like this Philippine tarsier found in the forests of Bohol. It's a wild, wild world out there. And the reality of the beauty of taking these photos are also the fragility. Being able to show the realities that are happening. It's not just the beautiful photos of nature or wildlife, but the harsh realities that, the environments that we have in the Philippines or other parts of the world are facing, such as the effects of climate change, like droughts, super typhoons, and all these other environmental issues that have been really, really hard to take in and to really push forward. But one thing I realized of, seeing the nuances with the different environments and the different ways that, or the stories that we have around our planet, is the driving power of hope, of seeing the destruction, is that we really have to act now. Being able to see this destruction happen in the Agusan marshlands, one of the most ecologically significant landscapes in the Philippines that, is a migratory hotspot for biodiversity, as well as for a place where people thrive and live. But the realities are real, and this is something that storytelling could really show, of like being on the front lines to document the changes that are happening in a way that we could be able to provide solutions to help and better the people who depend on them, the families, the lives are there. And it's really about acting now, I guess, with what the stories that we tell. It shouldn't just be on Instagram photos or stories, but really pushing more to be able to empower the local communities, amplify the stories of the challenges and issues that we're facing. This was a story about the Tamaraw Rangers in the Philippines, in Mindoro, and during the pandemic, it was a harsh reality wherein they were on the brink of being fired or expelled from their jobs. About 32 of them who had families, who had children, but because of the pandemic, the economic constraints and the financial impacts of the pandemic, the conservation program had to let go. But it was through their stories, the lenses of being able to show the real faces of the people protecting one of the critically endangered animals, the tamaraw, which is a national land mammal in the Philippines. We worked on the story for CNN and worked for all other media platforms to really show this is the death of the last captive bred tamaraw in our entire planet. And it was the only one, Calabasas, that happened on October 2020. But the reality is that these people also shared, the Tamaraw Rangers share this deep and profound connection with the Tamaraw, of seeing how important biodiversity is, how important the environment and nature is for them. And it shouldn't lead to just the extinction or the destruction of climate change, but of how we can use these stories to be able to drive impact, really about impact storytelling. Through the stories that we've been telling about the Tamaraw and the Tamaraw Rangers, we were able to raise about $32,000 to be able, with the collaboration and help people around the world of organizations willing to help, to really push to secure the livelihoods of the Tamaraw Rangers for the future generations. So they don't have to let go of their lives, and they would be able to provide for their families, for their children in the future, and still keep doing their jobs and their passion for protecting this wild buffalo, this critically endangered tamaraw. And I guess it's really about also showing the inspirational stories of hope, of how there are some kind of dynamics that work around being able to work with disempowered communities. Honestly, it's a privilege to even be speaking here, to have a camera to document the lives of people but the trust, building that trust and, relationships that we have as someone that could be able to, shed light on the issues, not as well the issues, but the amazing leaders that are not seen, that are not being remembered, the forgotten heroes, the environmental defenders who are really on the front lines, who needs to be champions, whose voices needed to be heard. And of course, also the beautiful animals that we have that don't even have the power to speak, but their souls, their lives are all intertwined and interconnected with each of our own stories as individuals and as a community, as a region in Asia. And it's really beautiful of how many whimsical stories that we have around the world. And we need more storytellers. We need conservation photographers. We need people who can bridge and reconnect us with the wild, wild world through stories, through photography, through documentary, whatever it is, because there's truly no hope without the impact that we do. And we have to translate the stories that we have as individuals and the stories about the communities and backyards that we have to really make an impact for the lives of people. Because it's true, that the light is there, and we have to just find it and really go out of our way, explore, and be able to find that hope, driving hope to be able to change something. Because in truth, the deepest foundations of hope is change, and being able to take out that, make that move, make that step, and bridge the connection with nature can truly make a difference. So let's show a video of reconnecting with nature. So thank you so much for listening. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here.
Wow. Thank you so much, Gab, for sharing that. It's so powerful and striking to see how these images you've captured represent the realities that are both grim and beautiful at the same time. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to introduce Louise Mabulo. Louise Mabulo is a chef, farmer, and entrepreneur. At the age of just 18, she founded the Cacao Project, a social venture aimed at equipping farmers for sustainable success, ensuring food security and establishing resilient livelihoods in San Fernando, Camarines Sur, Philippines. Now at 23 years old, she has already been featured on Forbes Asia 30 Under 30 list. She was named a Young Champion of the Earth by the United Nations Environment Program and was awarded Outstanding Young Farmer of the Year 2018. Louise has also hosted pop-up dinners that source local ingredients and highlight locally produced components of her menus. She was the host of the cooking show Simply Sarap, aimed at promoting cultural diplomacy under the Department of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Philippines. I'd like to welcome National Geographic Young Explorer Louise Mabulo to the virtual stage.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, Che, and thank you as well for welcoming us to this event. Now, good day, everyone. My name is Louise Mabulo. as mentioned, I'm a National Geographic Young Explorer, a chef, farmer, and entrepreneur, and I founded my social venture called the Cacao Project, which really is a social initiative that builds new models for local systems that cultivate resilient and climate-smart livelihoods here in the Philippines. Now, to tell you about the work that I do, I'm going to move your attention to this bar of chocolate that I'm holding up, which was produced locally by our farmers here. Now, I wanted to show you this because I wanted to imagine what if we lived in a world where this bar of chocolate could not only be delicious and sustainable, but enable a largely agricultural-based community to cultivate food security, to protect the environment, and establish disaster resiliency. Now, that's what I aimed to do when I founded the Cacao Project. You see, my region in the Philippines is one of the most vulnerable countries to hazards brought about by climate change, as Gab had also mentioned. And farmers who are reliant on the environment, the soil, the water, the air, and the biodiversity in my community are beholden to these yearly typhoons and these conditions where they lose their income in either super typhoons that destroy their livelihoods or in droughts that impact their ability to put food on the table. And in the aftermath of these storms, many people are driven to desperate means to survive, from cutting down trees to resorting to crime. And community members are usually boxed in at these eras by the term of victim or beneficiaries of aid. And the truth is, you cannot teach the climate crisis to someone with a hungry stomach. And so climate action, and more importantly, justice and environmental justice, needs to be accessible and equitable for all to have real and lasting systemic change. Now, it was in this setting and this whole backdrop, as you can see on the screen, that I founded the Cacao Project. And at first, it was a typhoon relief effort, but eventually, we decided to find a much more effective long-term solution to enact meaningful and lasting change, which is a story that really accumulates in this bar of chocolate, or at least in cocoa trees and agroforestry. So in the recovery phase after typhoons, we thought to ourselves, how could we adapt so that we're no longer just taking the brunt of these storms and then recovering every single year, but instead we're strengthening our preventative systems and mitigating loss and damage in the aftermath. And so we did our research and studied our landscapes, as well as looked at what had already been growing here for years, and found that cocoa, which makes chocolate, is one of the things that were best suited to our ecosystem. It was high in demand, it was resilient to storms, and not just that, but it had already been growing in our community, in our landscapes for years, just not for production. Now, from a time of disaster sprouted an opportunity to build back better and transform our approaches to livelihoods. So what we did was we curated these training programs for local farmers involving agroecology, on mixing our own natural organic fertilizers and pesticides instead of using chemical inputs. And we'd also trained on regenerative farming, understanding the disaster preparedness aspect of agriculture, forestry, understanding finances, and found ways to merge old and traditional farming practices passed down by our elders with modern knowledge that and all these know-how and scientific backing to back up what we already did and to tailor fit our land stewardship to our landscapes and develop better climate adaptability. So these things were things that we could learn from our rural communities. They had a lot of knowledge about how things used to be grown, about traditional indigenous practices. And it was really a matter of merging this traditional knowledge with scientific knowledge and translating them well into practical use for land stewardship. And our goal was to improve biodiversity, the way we diversified our crops and farmed and grew food with different plants and crops, and include entrepreneurial training to ensure that our communities understood the broader spectrum of how our food systems functioned. So through the project, we could mitigate the impacts of biodiversity loss as a result of agriculture, create agroforests that could sequester up to 4,400 kilograms of CO2 per hectare per year, and improve soil quality in areas with rapidly degrading or acidifying soil, which would eventually help us strengthen our carbon cycle and help us manage food waste, and sequester greenhouse gas emissions. On top of that, we're working to disassemble the negative stigmas associated to agriculture in the country and encourage more young people to build successful paths in these food systems, especially now as the country faces an aging population of farmers, which poses the risk of food scarcity in the near future. And in the end, we found that we were working on a grassroots initiative that built long-term solutions and new models that rethink the way we harness our forests, our existing food systems, from the very planning stage all the way to the production stage and the supply chain. Now, we've had impacts in peace and security, in gender and children's rights, but more importantly, we've also worked with 200 farmers, plant over 85,000 trees over a span of 85 hectares of land, allowing them to really harness the power of our forests to transition their livelihoods towards adaptation, environmental stewardship, and of course, empowers every single person to be part of a green recovery. And we also want to show the world that rural communities in especially vulnerable and disaster-prone regions are so much more than victims or survivors of climate change and environmental disasters and loss. We're not just a statistic on the news. In fact, our communities have so much inherent cultural knowledge and wisdom that we can share with the world about our ability to adapt and merge our culture with environmental conservation and with regeneration, especially in this new age. And we want to paint a vision of a world where production isn't so far removed from our consumers and where we can make livelihoods, ingredients, and food that's equitable, accessible, and beneficial to both people and planet. That's all from me. Thanks so much for having us.
Wow, thank you so much, Louise. It's truly inspiring to see how you're empowering these local farmers in Philippines and driving environmental stewardship through your work. And amazing bar of chocolate, I can't wait to try it out. And on the topic of driving sustainable solutions, I'd like to invite Shreya Ramachandran to the virtual stage. 18-year-old Shreya Ramachandran is the founder of non-profit organization, the Grey Water Project, which promotes the safe reuse of grey water, which is household wastewater from things like sinks and showers. She promotes water conservation as a way to battle droughts and climate change. Currently, she leads workshops, presentations at schools, libraries, and events to teach people how to reuse grey water, recycling it in their homes. She has also developed a grey water curriculum that has now been implemented at over 90 schools over 3 countries. Shreya holds numerous awards, including being a top 20 global finalist at the Google Science Fair and a 3rd place in the International Science and Engineering Fair. She's a global teen leader, a recipient of the United States President's Environmental Youth Award, and the winner of the Children's Climate Prize 2019. I'd like to welcome National Geographic Young Explorer Shreya Ramachandran to the virtual stage.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Shreya Ramachandran, and I'm a scientist, environmentalist, and grey water advocate. And I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to share my story and talk to all of you about the critical issue of water scarcity. About 5 years ago, at the peak of California's drought in the United States, I visited a county in the central part of my state. There, I saw firsthand the crippling effects of drought. People's wells ran dry, leaving them completely waterless, and they had to truck water in or buy bottled water for even basic needs, like drinking or bathing. I was touched by these stories, and I wanted to find some way to help. And it was then that I realized what a truly enormous issue water scarcity is. Unfortunately, we have a negative relationship with water. We use it, and then we quite literally throw it down the drain. After these conversations, I decided to investigate water scarcity further, and I realized that water scarcity already affects 40% of the world's population, and as many as 700 million people are at risk of being displaced as a result of drought by 2030. And these situations are only going to get worse with climate change, as it's going to cause more extreme weather patterns, a cycle between drought and flooding. And I also found that during times of drought, many conventional methods of water saving just aren't enough. You couldn't do rainwater harvesting if there is no rain. And other methods, like taking shorter showers or turning off the tap while brushing your teeth, might not result in large enough water savings. It was at this time that I realized that there's actually 3 types of water. There's gray water, which is the lightly used water from sinks, showers, baths, laundries, essentially any water that's been used once and can be used again. But there's also white water, which is clean drinking water, and it's also rainwater. And there's black water, which is water from your toilet that should go straight down the drain. Right now, though, what's happening all around the world is that gray water and black water are sent down the drain together, meaning that we lose the potential for gray water to be reused. In fact, 11 trillion gallons of water go to waste each year in the United States alone. And this means that an average household wastes 180 gallons of gray water per day. Gray water is something that's produced in every household, in every country across the world. Basically, if you're using water in your home, you have gray water that's being produced, meaning that gray water is a simple and universal drought solution. I personally believe that solutions must be strongly backed by science, and I've done many years' worth of research to make sure that gray water irrigation is safe. But when I talked to others about my findings, I quickly realized that most people have never heard of gray water, and a lot of people who had held lots of misconceptions about what gray water could be used for and how it could be used. So that's why I started my nonprofit, the Gray Water Project. The Gray Water Project is raising awareness about the benefits of gray water reuse and water conservation. I conduct workshops and presentations to demystify gray water reuse and encourage people to take action on this issue. My vision for the future is for gray water reuse to be just like paper or plastic recycling. It should be something that everyone does and something that everyone knows how to do. For example, if you have a scrap piece of paper or a plastic water bottle, it's almost second nature to find the nearest recycling bin. You know that that material should be recycled. And I want to make water recycling just as easy and accessible. I believe that education is a very important part of that, which is why I've created a gray water curriculum for school students. It's a hands-on STEM curriculum that gives students the opportunity to connect the science to the real issues in the world around them. It's being provided through many environmental organizations, and it's been adopted by school districts locally as well as worldwide. And if kids know the best practices for gray water reuse as they grow up, they can make it a part of their everyday lives when they become adults. I also run water conservation programs for kids and adults where you can track progress with water saving actions. And if you're interested in learning more about the work that the Gray Water Project is doing, I'd encourage you to visit our website, which is thegraywaterproject.org, gray with an E. And you can learn more about the variety of programs that I have. The reason that I personally keep working on this issue for so many years, even though it's often very difficult, is because it's an issue that truly impacts people's lives all around the world. And it's impacted my own family. My family is originally from Chennai, a large city in South India that's been perennially affected by water scarcity. In 2019, my dad traveled back to Chennai in the midst of a drought that left 10 million people in India's 6th largest city without water. It's difficult to convey the magnitude of that situation. People stood in line for hours to get their house's daily water supply, which could be as little as 10 gallons of water per day. People stopped cooking because of a lack of water. Restaurants, stores, businesses, they all had to close down. Your central focus couldn't be on schoolwork or your job. You had to concentrate on where you were going to get your water from. 21 Indian cities are predicted to run out of drinking water by the year 2050. But there's still hope and there's time to take action. If you want to help people like the women I met in Central California, my family in India, and if you want to secure a better future for our planet, there's a couple of really easy things that you can do. Firstly, you can help reduce your own water footprint and your house's water use. Simple household actions like checking for leaks or installing low-flow toilets, faucets, and shower heads can really save water in the long run. Secondly, you can also look for ways to reuse gray water. If you're a homeowner, you can do a laundry to lawn system, which is a way to take the gray water from your laundry and then put it out for irrigation. But even if you don't want to install a system, you can pause your laundry before the water drains, collect the water and reuse it for irrigation. You can use a shower bucket and collect that cold water as you're waiting for the water to heat up and then reuse that. Everyone's household water use is different, but what's important is that we're cognizant of it and actively working towards reducing it. And I want everyone here listening to realize that you can also make a difference. I'm doing the work that I'm doing today because there's a problem that I saw in the world that I wanted to do something about. So I went out there and tried to make a difference. And I encourage everyone to do the same, regardless of what age you are. Even the smallest things can matter. Stopping someone from littering on the street, deciding to take public transportation instead of a car, it all has an impact. Your voice and your actions matter, and they are more powerful than you could ever imagine. And together, we can all bring change, one drop at a time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shreya, for sharing your innovative work in combating water scarcity and some great takeaways that we can all try in our own homes too. And as our last speaker, I would like to introduce Nathaniel Soon. Nathaniel Soon is a 24-year-old Singapore-based visual storyteller seeking to connect people with our natural world. Born and raised in a concrete jungle, he became motivated to explore the great outdoors every chance he got. 3 years ago, his passion for the oceans led him to found Our Seas, Our Legacy, which is a storytelling platform he uses to amplify voices, engage communities, and communicate science for marine environmental protection. As a young advocate for oceans and biodiversity, he was selected as an Ocean and Climate Youth Ambassador with Peace Boat, as well as an ASEAN Youth Biodiversity Fellow. He's also currently pursuing his undergraduate degree at Yale and US College in Environmental Studies with a focus in marine ecology. I'd like to welcome National Geographic Young Explorer Nathaniel Soon to the virtual stage.
Thanks so much, Jay, for the introduction. And hello, everyone. Really nice to be here with all of you today. So I'm Nathaniel, and I'm from Singapore. And although relative to many other countries, we are a tiny country, but we are also surrounded by water, which means access to the sea, for me, has always been very easy. So my fascination with the oceans began when I was a little kid. I remember that my parents would often take me to the beach on the weekends, but were often cautioned not to go past a certain point. Naturally, I was curious about what lay beneath the surface and often binge-watch documentaries about the deep sea to satisfy that curiosity. It was also during this period of time that I realized the power of visual stories and how it had a role in really reaching out to people who would otherwise have no opportunity to see what lay beneath the deep blue, for example. It was also during these years growing up that I knew I wanted to learn more about the oceans and do something to protect them. When I came to college here in Singapore, I took the opportunity to, of course, study marine science. And in particular, I decided to study my favorite animal, my favorite marine animal, nudibranchs, which are these small sea slugs that you can find all over the world. Singapore being extremely small and surrounded by rather sedimented waters, we often weren't treated to large megafauna like other parts of Southeast Asia. And so our attention as explorers here often turned to the small stuff. These creatures were amazing, and a wide variety of them thrive in our waters. And studying their diversity and adaptations have provided me a new appreciation for our marine environments. But this recognition of the beauty of our marine environment took some time for me to truly appreciate. In retrospect, I realized that the beaches I had visited growing up were also filled with trash, and that left an indelible mark on me, that our seas were simply dirty and polluted. And because of how urbanized Singapore is and disconnected from the oceans, many of us eventually become growing up in an urban environment. For a long time, this became the only image I had. But deep down, I knew there was something more to discover. Thankfully, I got an opportunity to venture outside of Singapore into the region and fell in love with documenting what I saw. There's no doubt that this area, Southeast Asia, or home to the Coral Triangle, is unparalleled in its underwater biodiversity. I visited places like Sipadan Island in Borneo, where I saw really big stuff like grey reef sharks, schools of jacks, barracudas, and nesting green turtles. I also went to places like Bali in Indonesia, where I got up close with small stuff like pygmy seahorses, rockfish, and of course my favorite animal, the nudibranch. From these experiences traveling around the world, I came back home and wondered, since we are very much situated in close proximity to the Coral Triangle as well, we here in Singapore certainly must have tons beneath our water as well. So that impression that I had growing up must surely not be the only one that's true. And so I explored and made amazing discoveries around my own home here in Singapore. I found amazing biodiversity, especially in places that were lesser known and perhaps harder to get, such as intertidal habitats which had rich coral and seagrass diversity, along with animals that thrive in these havens. With all that I witnessed and come to know, I was reminded of how storytelling, as I've benefited from growing up, can likewise spark interest in others, and that such awareness could translate into greater action to further educate, protect, and on a higher level, develop some responsibility for our environment. I then started Our Seas, Our Legacy, a platform to do just that, where over the past few years, I've managed to work with a range of stakeholders, both locally and regionally, to further ocean causes. I've realized that Singapore is truly a unique place in the world, one with an extremely small land area, a limited though expanding coastline, and filled with heavily modified naturalized environments in order to meet the growing needs of our population. And these trends were only going to persist. In Singapore, we also constantly battle with the conservation development dilemma, and more often than not, pragmatism rules, largely because of how competitive resources such as space tends to be. And with that, a lot of our natural environment tends to be lost. History has shown this. Over 60% of our natural reef area here in Singapore has been killed off since the 1960s. And this surely can't continue. But looking at our relatively unchanging developmental priorities, our perspective for managing nature amidst development demanded some sort of paradigm shift. So how do we do that? I realized that we can't really convince anyone that protection of natural environments is worth it unless first they were aware about what existed and what was truly at stake, and secondly, they could tangibly benefit from actual conservation. And with that, I've engaged with critical stakeholders to help rethink how we can develop responsibly. What was born was this project, Oceans Reimagined, the goal of which was to seek out existing places around our tiny island nation and capture how life has been naturally regenerating along the interface between land and sea. The goal of which is to show how development can happen responsibly and that it needn't be at the cost of the natural world. Good outcomes can emerge on both sides if done properly. This is a film series that is still work in progress, but slowly we've managed to move the needle through other means as well. Just to share an example, one of them is these places called urban marinas, of which Singapore has quite a few. So we often think of marinas as just spaces where boats berth, and typically a place reserved for the rich. Marinas in Singapore have pretty much turned the narrative around because of its proximity to our natural reefs. These places have over time provided ecological niches suited for an explosion of marine life. So through exploring these areas, I've managed to capture glimpses of these kaleidoscopes of life, which are thriving alongside boat activity and increasing visitorship. This has prompted corporations, along with educators, scientists, and the general public to, on the one hand, raise awareness for the biodiversity that was present here and take steps to manage them responsibly. But on the other hand, also rethink the role marinas could play in conserving our marine environment. For example, the marinas have become public spaces for education and outreach, as well as scientific research. The important takeaway here is that these spaces weren't constructed with the goal of recruiting life in the first place, but over time they did so. And this great coexistence actually occurred. So there's immense potential for us to similarly reimagine other urban spaces doing the same, and to plan for development in a way that facilitates both sides. Another illustration of this would be seawalls, which we have tons of around Singapore, protecting our coastlines. It has become an important tool to protect low-lying islands like Singapore against the existential threat of rising sea levels. But seawalls often come at the cost of reclamation and the smothering of existing life. So I've managed to document pockets of seawalls in Singapore, likewise slowly becoming home to new reef areas, with resilient species and a host of reef associates that now depend on them. This seawall, for example, stretches a couple of kilometers, and their uneven surfaces have become conducive for coral reefs to settle over time. The need for coastal protection is only going to grow. But again, how we deploy them and integrate them with our urban environments will prove integral in encouraging marine life to settle and bridging the disconnect between our people and the natural world. So we're excited for the potential of these stories in effecting change as we continue to think about growth and development of our country, especially in the post-pandemic world. My journey has allowed me to connect with other like-minded explorers who also like to see positive change here. And it's great that we can all pool our individual strengths together to move things in the right direction. Just to end with a short quote, if these past few years coping with COVID has really taught us anything, I think it's that we certainly cannot be resistant to change. And much of what we have become accustomed to certainly demands some sort of shifts in perspective. We can't afford to only think about own comforts at the cost of everything else around us. And it's my hope that through stories, through images, through film, I can show that Singapore can truly serve as a model of that perhaps to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nathaniel, for highlighting the importance of storytelling for our oceans. It's truly inspiring to see how you're striving towards changing the people's relationship with our oceans through, documenting the beauty that lies underneath. So thank you so much for sharing that. And that concludes our presentation. So let's give our 4 explorers a big round of applause. It's truly inspirational to hear what you all have achieved at such a young age. And I'm sure the audience would like to know more about your story. We'll now move on to the panel discussion. But in the meantime, I invite all of you in the audience to think of some questions you may want to ask our explorers for our Q&A session afterwards. So let's kick it off with our first question for all of our panelists. So I'm really curious to know, why do you think, as young leaders, that it's important for youth to play a role in environmental and conservation efforts? Why don't we start with you, Gab?
I think it's really a matter of survival at this point. It's not even a question of why we need to do it, but it's more really we need to do it now because of all the things, the science, everything, the facts that are happening around the world and all the things that we see in media, in documentaries. And it's us, basically the youth, really taking the brunt. Sometimes I wish it wasn't us actually, wish we had the privilege to enjoy our lives, to, just focus on studying, but we're here driven to work harder and strive, and sometimes, lead to burnouts, but it's a harsh reality, but it kind of drives us to work together, I guess, to keep pushing as a youth sector, because we're still going to be the ones living the future, at the end of the day, and the future generations after us. And that's why we really need to take action now.
Thank you for sharing that, Gab. Should we go in the order of our presentations? I mean, Louise can go next.
Absolutely. Just really echoing what Gab is saying, our generation is set to inherit this planet. And what we see at the moment is quite grim, what with climate change, global soil degradation, and pollution. I think it's just vital and really important that young people are taking the lead. But again, young people shouldn't have to, but considering the future that we have ahead of us, it's really important that we take the lead. And young people right now, we will be the future policymakers, future scientists, explorers. Some of us already are. And we will be the ones finding these solutions. So because of the urgency, all of us were just driven to act now, but also we have a lot more connectedness. We have social media. We have a lot more technology at the tips of our fingers. And it would really be a waste to not use those resources available to us to implement action that we wish to see in this world.
Yes, I agree. I mean, youth all over the world are already taking action, and we are already being leaders. And I think the reason that youth movements and young people taking the lead is so important is because we have the ability to see the world for what it could be and understand what sort of paradigm shifts need to happen and what sort of changes in behavior and the economy need to happen on a really large scale. And we're able to push for those changes. So I think youth around the world are really uniquely poised to be the people solving climate and conservation challenges because of our youth, not in spite of it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with everything my friends here have said. And I think overall, just imagine, when we reimagine the world that we truly want to live in, three things really stand out to me: collaboration, creativity, and optimism. And I really think these three things, like it or not, are oftentimes, being pushed by the youth and being championed by the youth. And I think we can find a lot of optimism and positivity in that as we move forward.
I think that's such a great point that, the younger generation, we're positioned uniquely that, we can stay connected and use the help of technology to really get out there and share our opinions. I think that was such a wonderful point. And I'm also curious to know, you shared there are lots of opportunities for young people to get involved nowadays, but, there must be some challenges involved with that too. And so I really want to know, what are the current challenges that you face in your work and how do you overcome them? Gab, do you want to start us off again?
Yeah, thanks so much, Jay. Actually, here in the Philippines, it's really an issue where in activism, there's no spaces, honestly, as much liberal spaces or freedom to express, because there's a lot of dissent coming from institutions, from the government, and even from the public and mass media. If you're an activist, you'll be red flagged as a terrorist. The bills that are being passed by politicians, it's really a troubling effort, because the people who are genuinely working for the environment to be able to protect the environment, drive for climate action, they're the ones being vilified, they're the ones being demonized, and it's really a tough situation, I guess. It depends on which country you're working in, I guess, the challenges that we face. But it's a real issue in the Philippines, and that's why there's a growing movement, of course, a youth growing movement for the environment. But we're facing really large walls ahead of us that are hard to break, because these are systemic issues and dissent coming from institutions that are backing kind of the communities, or barring our communities from working for defending. Because for example, the Philippines is one of the deadliest countries for environmental defenders, and it's a reality that we have. We don't have spaces for Greta Thunberg to walk in the forest or hug a tree. You're going to get killed, you're going to get slain, and it's a reality that we have to face. So that's really a harsh, I guess, the harsh challenges that we face on the field most of the time, fearing for your life.
Yeah, adding on to Gab's idea, I think one of the challenges I face as well in my community is that there are a lot of inherent cultural stigmas that prevent people from getting into green jobs in these green spaces, even in agriculture. I mean, in schools, young people are taught that if you become a farmer or if you get into agriculture or these fields, it's just heavily discouraged, and they will tell you that you're set to face a life of poverty or set to be a failure, really. And it's extremely problematic for younger generations. So now we experience young people wanting to go out of the country to do different jobs instead of being able to help within their communities in localizing regional solutions. So I think that's one of the things that we are trying to disassemble. And those stigmas are something that's been put within the culture. It's really deeply rooted. And it's time for young people and our generation especially to start reversing those impacts and start showing the world that things can actually be done well. That young people can do great work and actually succeed in green jobs and environmentalism and agriculture and actually build innovative solutions, and just really teaching people that this is possible and it can be done and showing those examples.
Yes, for me, I think especially since I started my environmental work very young, a lot of people did not trust that I knew what I was talking about, and they didn't really take me seriously because of my age. And I think it's important for people to understand that regardless of what age you are, you can make a difference and you can make an impact. So that's something that I struggled with, especially as I was first starting out.
Yeah, and I guess just to add on, and I'm pretty sure most of us here who have probably experienced the same thing. I think one challenge would be, oftentimes you can share the beauty of the natural environment with people or the work that you do, but oftentimes there will often be follow-ups with, for example, coming from the general audience or general public with what then do I do? What's my role in all of this? How can I actually contribute tangible action? And that's oftentimes a very difficult question to answer, especially when when it's coming from different people from all walks of life. And at the same time, you want them to remain optimistic and you want them to be able to actually do something. So I think being able to first start the conversation with them, being able to try and understand where they're coming from, their own cultural backgrounds, their own certain things, certain expectations that they have, and being able to I guess just find out what they're curious about and how we can help them situate these individuals in the broader scheme of things. It's the right way to go. It's not easy. It sometimes can get pretty stressful, but I think that goes to show the importance and I guess places emphasis on the role of communicators, the role of explorers in trying to bridge people with solutions and making sure that everyone has a role to play in our natural world.
Yeah, thank you so much for everyone, for sharing your insights. And yeah, and I knew there were, challenges to, the work that you guys are doing, but I think it's so important that we have these conversations and, these opportunities to meet and continue having these conversations so we can, in the future, we can mitigate this and move forward with that. And so I think next question, I really want to direct this question to Gab and Nathaniel. As you guys are both storytellers and photographers, I'm really curious to know what is your process in building your projects and deciding on the topics that you really want to cover?
I really start with evaluating where I stand as a person or where I stand in my community. And I always try to focus, I guess, on local storytelling in a way that you are working in your own backyard. Being an explorer doesn't mean you have to travel to far-flung places. And that's, I guess, what makes a great storyteller is being able to tell a story about your home, about your country in ways of different perspectives that you share and in ways that can relate. And it takes a lot of research. It takes a lot of time. It's not something to be rushed, but with a sense of urgency, of course, there's always, that kind of dissonance with it when there's sort of this pressure. But it really needs to come from your heart, I guess, the passions that you're and where you stand, reevaluating the communities that you share with, or the people you take photographs of, or the places that you take photographs of, because you need to show these respect. You have to respect the boundaries as a photographer, and making it as ethical and as trustworthy and genuine as possible. And without even harming anyone or without vilifying the ways that you share your stories.
Yeah, and I think, I guess living in a world that we live in today, I think media is very saturated and people's attention spans are really short nowadays. It's very hard to go about a day without being inundated by tons of information, tons of images, videos, and whatnot. So I think I often tell myself that I need to understand two important questions. I need to be able to answer two important questions before I even start on or before I even am convicted to tell a story. And that usually is what exactly needs to change, first of all, and who exactly needs to hear it. And I think I usually spend a lot of time actually thinking about that, brainstorming about that, talking to people about that, trying to, as Gab mentioned, understand the local community, trying to understand what the needs are, and trying to really be confident that I know what the answers to these two questions are before I actually go out and tell a story or find people to work with or kind of collaborate with the local community to actually do something.
Yeah, I think that's such a great point that, as photographers, you really need to understand the local communities first and also the audience that, you want to show your work to. So that's two very, crucial points that you guys mentioned. And yeah, over to Louise and Shreya. I have a specific question for you guys too. As young leaders focused in creating sustainable solutions, how do you go about encouraging your community to implement your ideas in the first place?
Absolutely. I think for us on my end, especially considering that we work with a lot of the elders in the community and people from all generations, really, it's creating a spirit of mutual collaboration. It's not me telling them to do something or teaching them something. It's all of us exchanging ideas and really having that sense of intergenerational collaboration. I think it's really more of a common learning exchange among community members more than anything, and ensuring that they understand how urgent it is to conserve our landscapes, not just for the sake of environmentalism, but also for their own protection, for the protection of their livelihoods, and for the long term, for their own children and grandchildren. And really, I think all of the people here have seen the impacts of environmental degradation, of super typhoons. So they feel that urgency and they feel the sheer emergency there is to be able to do something and not sit passively by, but actually take action and have that sense of autonomy and skill to take power over our lands and our environment and what we have with our own resources. So we're not satisfied, again, to just take passive roles, but really we want to make an active change within our community and build these solutions and show the world just how great we are at adapting and building this resiliency, because we've experienced these typhoons for years. It's a matter of adapting it now into these changing climates.
That's really well said. From my point of view and from my end, I think one of the things that more than resistance, you have to deal with apathy. A lot of people just don't care as much as they honestly should, especially for water issues. You open the tap in most places where I live and you're going to get clean water. And most people don't stop to think beyond that. So it's really important to create awareness and to share the science, but also share the personal stories of people who are currently being affected by water scarcity and how this is a challenge that needs to be addressed on a global level. So for me, it's really helping people to understand the need to act and then getting them to the point where they can actually take tangible steps towards the solution.
That's such a great point. I think, when it comes to environment, it does take certain behavioral change, from our communities, and that's why I think what you guys are, providing to the world is so amazing and so inspirational. And so I would like to end with our final question to all of our panelists. You guys are all working in the field of environment, and I feel that that can feel make you feel quite alone or discouraged or sometimes even defeated. So I really want to know what keeps you motivated and inspired and hopeful for the future.
I guess for me, it's really the community. Even being here with all of you, Luis, Nathaniel, Shreya, Shay, and everyone here, it's already that inspiration that you get, the energy and passion that I get. Wow, there are amazing people out there that are doing good work, that are, creating service for others. And it's just inspiring, I guess, to, meet like-minded people. And we need to, I guess, transcend beyond that and share that passion with others. And building a greater and bigger community, protecting nature, the environment, despite the challenges that we're all facing. Because we're all interconnected, no matter where we are from different parts of the globe, the Philippines, Singapore, the US, or South Korea, right? It's all really one whole world and we're all interconnected together. And its community is our greatest strength and investment that we can make to keep inspired and to keep driving.
Absolutely, really echoing that sense of community. And, the Gen Geo community has been absolutely brilliant and motivating and really pushes me forward. And my own local community, seeing how they are recovering from these weather disasters and climate disasters and moving on and able to laugh and enjoy themselves and really rebuilding these forests and seeing our landscape in our community and those forest canopies slowly stitching together after losing so much. I think that gives me so much hope for the future, that we can regenerate our lands and that one day perhaps we wouldn't have to be worrying about these crises and we could live in a place that's much more stable compared to how it's been in the past.
This question really hits home for me because climate burnout is very real. And the challenges that we face, there's so many and they can seem so large that sometimes no matter how much you work on them, I have sometimes felt that is everything that I'm doing enough? Even if I'm doing my utmost, it can feel like what you're doing doesn't make an impact. But it's important to take a step back and realize that every action that you take matters. And every step forward is a step in the right direction. So I do agree with what everyone else has been saying about finding community, but also finding your own passion and finding what you care about, and then really thinking about how you can make a difference every single day is so important. And once you find that, it'll really keep you going.
Yeah, I totally echo Shreya's sentiments. Like, I really think that it's very easy to find inspiration in the work that you do and always to remember why you started what you did. And that really keeps you motivated. I think the resilience of local communities, of the people that we work with, of the natural environment, all are pretty much huge inspirations that, yeah, sometimes you may feel disappointed, you may feel jaded, but just turning to these places are definitely good sources of hope. And I think ultimately it's also important to remember that we ourselves can be sources of motivation and inspiration for the people around us. And I think it's oftentimes that we will also observe people who need these sorts of motivation, and being there for people is certainly is going to be of huge importance for them for sure.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I feel hopeful already for the future, and I just want to say that you guys, amazing National Geographic explorers, and young leaders such as you guys are my inspiration. And I know there are other amazing young leaders out there doing amazing things, so I'm very, very hopeful for that. And now I'd like to turn over to the audience for any questions. I want to give some chance before we close the session. And give your chance to ask our speakers some questions. So I'd like to open the floor. I see a question. Could she get a mic, please?
Thank you for your impressive speeches. I am the Youth Ambassador musician. I have the two questions here. And the first one is the activities of youth protecting the environment are increasing. And I would like to ask the presenters' opinions of what kind of social impact does youth will have in the future. And my second question is, what did you think of COP26, the United Nations Climate Change Conference, and what do you think about the decision they've made? Thank you very much.
So did you guys get the questions? Should I repeat them for you guys? Okay, so I think she's asking, there's been a recent growth of youth movements around the world, and she wants to see what kind of societal impact that youth will have in the future. So that was the first question. And the second question was about COP26. So I know you guys have been all following the recent COP26. What did you guys think of it? And what did you guys think of the outcomes of COP26? Who would like to take the question first?
I think I can start off with the first question. I really think that the increase in the number of youth getting involved for environmental causes is amazing and so important. And I hope that it'll continue to happen, because when youth speak up, people have to take notice. We are taking up space and we are expressing our voices, and either directly or indirectly, that has an effect on the systems around us. People will consider the voices of youth and the opinions that we have for environmental conservation in the decisions that they make, whether it be policymakers or corporations or just everyday people who are working to be more sustainable in their lives. So there are several direct impacts that you can measure through the work that youth are doing, but just by raising awareness, you are changing the culture around you. And I think that's also a very important impact.
Thank you, Shreya. And have you guys been following the COP? I know you all have. Yeah. What did you guys think? Who wants to share your thoughts on the recent COP26?
I think I could say a little bit about, well, first of all, the first question I'd like to answer as well is that, young people are creating a cultural shift now. We're going into sustainability and circular economy, and we're really encouraging that among our peers. And I think that will become the main culture once we are older and once we're the people calling the shots. And I think that it's really important to note that there are hundreds of thousands of youth movements around the world that are coming up. And I think that's what's more important, because you can have 5, 6 really well-funded projects, but that's not going to make as much impact as hundreds of thousands of young people creating, changing different lives in different parts of the world and doing their own local initiatives. And I think that's much more impactful. On COP26, I think considering COP, right now we're seeing our commitments and things that we can look forward to in the future from our governments, from corporations, from even billionaires. But I think it's more important to note that we live in a time where our issues are shifting and constantly changing and transitioning. So what we see at COP right now is a basis, but certainly all of us can do so much more. Even young people in these movements can do so much more beyond what we see on paper and what we see in these policies and on these news. There's a lot of opportunity for us to create change as individuals, as social entrepreneurs, as storytellers, beyond what we see at these conferences.
Thank you so much, Louise, for sharing your thoughts on COP26. And I know we're quite short on time, so I know we had another question, but I can ask that maybe next time. But thank you so much for everyone's questions, and thank you so much for this amazing conversation. I want to thank our panelists, Gab, Louise, Shreya, and Nathaniel, for their wonderful, giving their wonderful taste in life and journey. And so thank you so much. Thank you for spending time with us at National Geographic. And just like these 4 National Geographic Explorers, you also have the power to make change in your own communities. We hope that these young people are an inspiration for what you can achieve wherever you are. And thank you so much again, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the forum. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. we have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea, and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju Free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju-free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa theme park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju-free international city. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju-free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea, and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju Free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju-free international city. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world. and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju-free international city. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju-free international city is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju-free international city. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju-free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea, and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea, and the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realize mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju Free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea, and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju Free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju Free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. the geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia, Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju Free International City. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realize mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty-Free Shop to Jeju Free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju-free international city. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC.
반갑습니다.
Greetings. For this session, we're going to talk about how to promote peace and security in the Asia Pacific region. So that is a current issue of our generation. So India Pacific is the most preferred term these days, but we still use the Asia Pacific term more. So we're gonna stick to this term today. So we prepared this session because peace and security in the Asia Pacific has been much talked, but mostly by the older generation, for those in their 60s or older. So I thought that for this year's forum, I think we need to listen to the voice of the younger people, young leaders, I mean. So we invited young leaders for this session. That is the meaning of the session, young and women leaders. So when we talk about the security, most speakers are male, but we invited 2 females and 1 more female. Actually, Korean speakers is the host, so we invited 3 ladies. Please welcome Shiomura Ayaka from the member of House of Councilors. Shiomura Ayaka is from the Hiroshima, where the nuclear tragedy happened, and her father also had a tragedy of nuclear weapons, so she has a great interest in the non-proliferation of nuclear weapon as well as arms control. And also, she is part of the National Diet of Japan. So she are doing a lot of activities in this field actually. The second speaker is Kishi Enkbayat from the Mongolia. Can you show us the slide? I mean the screen of her. So she's from Mongolia, and she's part of Mongolian People's Party. She's foreign relation officer. She's young, but already an officer for foreign relationship. And she also worked for UN. So UN and Police Affairs Office recommended her to me, UNESCO, UNBACO, and also arms control and arms ammunition related topics were managed by her. So she is a young star in this field. And also she's working for the Oxford University as well to bridge the gap between the UK and Mongolia. Finally, the one you know very well already. Please welcome with a big round of applause first. Lee Se-jung appeared on television a lot, so I don't think that I need to introduce further. She was the spokeswoman for the Democratic Party of Korea, and she's now working as the RK National Assembly member as a female leader, and also she is the vice senior commissioner of the party, and she's from Anyang actually. So I think she is the important figure in the community of liberal, including women and other innovative ideas were proposed by her. So actually, she's not young, I should say. So you might see her as an established. However, her mind is still young. So we invited her. Please welcome with another round of big applause, please. So I'm the moderator. So I have multiple titles, but I'm here as a vice chair of APLN, Asia Pacific Leader Network for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament. This is international NGO. And Garrett Evans, the former foreign minister, was the chairman. And the former Indian foreign minister is the current chairman, and I'm the vice chair for this institution. So Sejong Research Institute is another institution I'm working for, but I'm here as the vice chair of this institution for today's forum. This is how we are going to process this session. I'll give you 5 minutes to each for the opening remark, and I believe that Shiomura Ayaka would be very busy, so she needs to leave for a while for votings, and she'll come back at the discussion time. So we will first start with Shiomura Ayaka. I'll give you 5 minutes for opening remark for you first, and then I'll give another 5 minutes to Ms. Khishi and Kubayar. And finally, I give last 5 minutes for Lee Jae-jung. So we will have total 15 minutes of the opening remark, and I will have 20 to 30-minute discussion together, ask a question to you actually, and the remaining 30 minutes will be used to receive some comments and questions from online and offline audiences. So maybe the questions will be delivered by the speak to me. Mr. Shiomura, please start. Shiomura.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I understand that interpretation is being provided. My name is Ayaka Shiomura, a member of the House of Councils in Japan. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. My father was exposed to the atomic bomb in Hiroshima, and I am a second generation A-bomb survivor. And because of that, I have a strong desire for peace. I hope that today will be a starting point for us to create peace in Asia and around the world, and I hope that I can be a part of that effort. This is a very deep topic, and there is a limit to how much I can say in 5 minutes. I would like to take up the challenge. First, let me talk about the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. As a second generation A-bomb survivor, I regret that Japan is not participating in the treaty. Because of the nuclear umbrella and the Japan-US alliance, the government explains that it will bridge the gap between nuclear weapon states and non-nuclear weapon states. It is a shame that Japan's political situation is such that Mr. Kishida, who is from a bombed city of Hiroshima, is unable to do so, even though he is the Prime Minister of Japan, and it must seem strange to the world. There is an opinion, mainly from the opposition parties, that we should expand the nuclear weapon free zone, including the establishment of a nuclear weapon free zone in Northeast Asia, especially on the Korean Peninsula, in order to alleviate and resolve the structure of confrontation between nuclear weapon states and non-nuclear weapon states. We democratic opposition parties will continue to work for the realization of a world without nuclear weapons. Next, I would like to talk about global cooperation in combating infectious disease. The recent pandemic has revealed that there has been insufficient provision of information in many countries. The WHO has established the WHO Infectious Disease Surveillance System based on the international health regulations, but developing countries do not have sufficient systems in place and are facing major problems in detecting outbreaks. This is due to information gaps by region and language, and gaps in surveillance and testing systems between diseases of international concern and other diseases. Therefore, WHO has been promoting the introduction of event-based surveillance, which has advantages in detecting unexpected diseases and events and in areas with poor access to health facilities. In the case of the new COVID, China is said to have failed to comply with the IHR mandated notification and verification to WHO, even though the Wuhan authorities had started investigation. The pneumonia of unknown cause that occurred in Wuhan, China on December 29, 2019. Reflecting on this, several countries and organizations, including Japan, have called for reform of the WHO and IHR so that the IHR can become an effective system. I believe that it is important for us, politicians and leaders in various fields, to encourage China and other countries to cooperate by deepening mutual understanding rather than just leaving it to the WHO to promote the establishment of a global surveillance system to detect pandemics as quickly as possible. Next, I would like to talk about maintaining maritime order in the Asia-Pacific region, such as South China Sea. From the perspective of avoiding accidental collisions, regular consultations and multilateral drills have been proposed by Japan's experts at international symposiums. It is also important to work with countries in the region that share common interests to strengthen defense capabilities and law enforcement capabilities at sea. On the other hand, since strengthening defense capabilities may isolate China and call for unnecessary military expansion, it is necessary to make efforts to encourage China to conduct cooperative security along with strengthening defense capabilities. In addition, it has been pointed out at international symposium that all countries concerned, including China, Japan, India, and the US, should refrain from their current military activities, especially in the South China Sea. In order to resolve a sovereignty dispute in the South China Sea, I think it is still important to appeal to China to implement the ruling of the arbitral tribunal and to create an environment where legal arbitration can be conducted by building political trust. From a political point of view, it is unfortunate that Japan and its neighboring countries are bickering with each other. In order to avoid accidental conflicts and clashes, it is important for the younger generation, for us, like us, to deepen exchanges on a regular basis. We should interact regularly through forums such as this one and meet each other whenever we have the opportunity. I believe that it is important for us to work together on countermeasures against infectious disease as well as countermeasures against the climate change and the human rights issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your kind remark. Actually, you finished in 4 minutes. Thank you so much for saving 1 minute. Ms. Krishi Ankabara, the floor is yours. Please.
Well, thank you very much. So I think I will be probably using that 1 minute because I'll be using my 5-minute time to actually give a very brief presentation about Mongolia so that you can actually get a better understanding of what I will actually talk about during the panel discussions. So as you may or may not know, Mongolia is a country that is, our population is 3.3 million people. Our land area is 1.5 million kilometers. So that makes us one of the most sparsely populated countries in the world. We are a landlocked country with 2 neighbors, Russia and China. And we have 80 degrees centigrade fluctuation. So we have very extreme climate conditions. So I live in Ulaanbaatar, which is the coldest capital on earth. And we have more than 70 million livestock. So you can imagine what a lot of our economy is like. In terms of the political overview, we have a parliamentary democracy, and which is currently being ruled by the Mongolian People's Party, which is the party where I'm from. And we just celebrated our 100th anniversary of establishment this March. And we're a center-left social democratic party. So the current president of Mongolia assumed his office just last June, and he was also nominated from our party. And he served as prime minister 4 years prior to that. So I think this will give you an understanding of the political landscape. And just very recently, during the United Nations General Assembly, the president of Mongolia has announced that Mongolia will plant 1 billion trees by 2030. And also during the UNGA meeting, we have also proposed to have an international day of against war. So we are making an effort towards reducing instability through climate change as well as regional security initiatives. In terms of our foreign policy, we pursue a peaceful, open, and multi-pillar foreign policy. And as you can imagine, since we only have 2 neighbors, our priority is towards those 2 neighbors. But we also have a 3rd neighbor policy in which we state that we will hold balanced relations with all countries, especially countries we think as our 3rd neighbors. And in that sense, we also want to balance this power dynamics that we have. So in that sense, we were also trying to create security dialogues within the region. Because Mongolia is the only country in the region that it has friendly relations with all countries in the region, we see this as a great opportunity for us to have this exchange dialogue. So each year, we organize the Ulaanbaatar Dialogues on Northeast Asian Peace and Security, which is a track 1.5 conference. So in that sense, I'll give you like a very brief, I've given you a very brief introduction of Mongolia, and I think through the panel discussions, we'll be able to talk a little bit more about what we see from different perspectives. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So it seems that our speakers are very prompt. They are very good on keeping time. So Assembly Member Jae-jung Lee, which means do I have more time? So I'm looking at time, see how much time that I have. You said I'm not too young, but among the National Assembly members in Korea, I'm one of the youngest National Assembly member. And when it comes to foreign affairs or security, it was not easy as a woman to be designated as a secretary to a committee that deals with foreign relations and security. It's an honor for me to take part in this forum. We have to talk about this war that has not yet ended. Professor Cummings from Chicago University has said this. Korea shows how a war can begin, how easily a war can begin, and also at the same time how difficult it is to end a war. That's what the professor said. Well, Korea have worked, that is North Korea and South Korea, have worked to make some progresses, but we have not been able to put an end to this war. And I think you know about this dynamism in Northeast Asia. President Moon and the Korean government are talking about ending the war with the United States and other governments. And the Korean National Assembly is currently in session, and they are discussing ways to put an end to the war. Well, the issue on the Korean Peninsula, I don't think this is just issue not just issue just for Korea. The Northeast Asia is about to change, about to face the shifts. And what happens on the Korean Peninsula will have an impact on other countries, and also how we respond to the competition between China and U.S. will determine how we will establish peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. So we have to look at all these things all at together. So the issue of Korean Peninsula is an issue that can contribute, or that can be a barometer by which we can tell whether there is a peace mechanism or peace process within Northeast Asia. And in the region, there are conflicts between Korea and Japan. Well, as the Diet member, Ayaka and Shiomura, I don't know whether she's with us or not. And since the agreement between Korea and Japan in 1965, there was this organization that was established between the members of both councils or the congresses. And the Moon Jae-in government had a two-track policy. The government was trying to be more of future-oriented. So the young people, Korea and Japan, we are neighbors. We are bound. Our destinations are bound together in a way, and so young National Assembly members have started this conversation, or established a channel for dialogue with our counterparts in Japan, the young council members. And it seems that they are very practical, and we talk about practical issues. And so in the region between Korea and Japan, as well as between the US and China, I don't think we will do anything extreme. And about in this power reorganization taking place in Northeast Asia, and right now the peace on the Korean Peninsula, I think could be a barometer of assessing peace in Northeast Asia. I use the local conflict. I'm not going to talk about just the local conflicts. I want to, talk about these issues from perspectives of global citizens, and I think because we could really change the future. So I very much look forward to our discussions.
That was quite a exemplary speakers, I believe. Ms. Shiomura Ayaka, are you there? Please signal to us if you are there. I don't think so. So I think we will have a discussion first without her then. So I have a question to Ms. Lee first. So Ms. Shiomura Ayaka in her opening speech said that ultimately non-proliferation treaty must be concluded, but the Japanese government did not ratify it, and the Korean government likewise didn't. But if you talk about the non-proliferation in Korea, we talked with the Obama administration, and Korea advocated the non-proliferation, but only Korea, Japan failed to ratify it. What is the reason for it? Actually, like Ms. Yomura Ayaka said, U.S.-Japan alliances, and we have our own alliance with the U.S., and it was very difficult for us to make the decision by ourselves. And maybe I can answer to the issues raised by Ms. Shiomura Ayaka, because I missed to say it is. So within this region, we have no nuclear weapon zone, nuclear free zone. I mean, the SALT 1 and SALT 2 might be an example to propose an idea to create a peace regime within this region. And young leadership must be practiced so that we can go beyond the existing regime, so that we can create a nuclear weapon free region, not just within this region, but within the whole region, including Northeast Asia region. So I think we can propose that kind of political ideas, maybe preferably by young leaders, so that we can create another pillar of the peace regime. That is my own idea. Likewise, that I wanna propose that as well. So, Ms. Keiichi Enkbayar, I have a question to you as well. What is the situation in Mongolia? Actually, the Mongolia preemptively tried to create and announce that the Mongolia will be the place without nuclear weapon, and through Blue Banner, you even create a zone free of nuclear weapons. So you are at the forefront of removing nuclear weapons. So no nuclear weapon treaty. Did you ratify it or not?
So Mongolia has, just a second. Okay, so Mongolia has ratified the NPT. And as you very rightly stated, that Mongolia has had a nuclear weapon-free status since 2000. And we declared it in 1992. And so in that sense, we are moving very much forward in terms of nuclear non-proliferation. Mongolia is also the only case of a nuclear weapon-free zone composed of a single country. So our country also played a very special role over the years in promoting the broader concept of nuclear weapon-free zones and regions. So in that sense, on top of our very special status, thanks to our positive foreign relations efforts over the past few decades, we have also created, as I stated before, very friendly relations with all countries in the region, including the DPRK. So in that sense, utilizing these very special circumstances, we see ourselves as moving the concept of nuclear weapon-free zone, especially in the Northeast Asian region, as a very important part of our foreign relations policy.
그러면 몽고에서는
If that's the case in Mongolia, this non-proliferation treaty might have been disagreed by anyone. Were there any disagreement? Those who have a same idea with the U.S.
So we've ratified the NPT in the 1970s, and I think at that time, I'm not sure, I wasn't alive then, so I'm not very sure what was the situation then. But overall, Mongolia pursues a very neutral foreign policy stance. So in that sense, we try to it's a very much, our neutrality is a very much de facto status. But so in that sense, we try to promote any policies that are in line with that.
No, I think that there must be some misinterpretation. What I'm saying is this: you got to make a distinction between non-proliferation treaty (NPT) and nuclear weapons prohibition treaty. Did the Mongol, rectified nuclear weapons prohibition treaty?
Excuse me. Yes. So I'm not very sure about that. So.
Come on, but I understand that Mongolia signed, the nuclear weapons prohibition, treaty, but South Korea and Japan did not sign the treaty, and there was a lot of criticism because Japan has been, championing, nuclear weapons-free world, and South Korea has been, advocating nuclear weapons Korean peninsula. 그러면 근데 저는 지금 하나
So I have this question. The Democratic Party and the President Moon Jae-in have been arguing for a nuclear-free Korean peninsula. Of course, the opposition party here in Korea has a different idea. And why hasn't Korea signed the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons? Well, this is being discussed at the permanent committee. Well, there are some people who are arguing that we have to have nuclear weapons. And when it comes to national defense as well as nuclear weapons, there are different opinions. So unless we have a social consensus, it would be difficult for the government to make a decision and sign treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. And I do agree that we have to have a Northeast Asia without nuclear weapons. And if we're going to denuclearize Korean Peninsula, we have to have denuclearized Northeast Asia. And a lot of people have been talking about nuclear weapon-free Northeast Asia, and here in Korea, several people have been arguing for that, and also in Japan, I understand there is the so-called Nagasaki group that is also arguing for nuclear-free Northeast Asia. So, can you explain what your party's position is? Within the National Assembly, we're not just talking about denuclearization of North Korea. And it was difficult for us to talk about the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Well, a denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula is also what I think is, in a way, single-dimensional. And because, if we're going to solve problems one by one, we need to first, have the goal of denuclearizing the whole region. And so if we're not going to talk about the denuclearization of the whole region, we're not going to be able to make a progress in terms of denuclearization.
The Mongolian government has been pushing very hard for the creation of a nuclear weapons-free zone in Northeast Asia. Have you made any progress in that direction?
So Mongolia was supposed to host the related conferences last year as on schedule, and we have been pushing whether on the level of UN or intergovernmentally, but due to COVID situation, we have not had a lot of chance to move forward with that.
그다음에는 우리 지금
Well, Assembly Member Lee, you talked about, putting an end to the Korean War, about the peace process. I asked that in Northeast Asia, as well as in Asia Pacific region, there are many issues. And Ms. Shiomura said the biggest issue is the nuclear issues, and then Ms. Lee talked about denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula, and Ms. Enkabaya mentioned that the Taiwan issue is one of the most sensitive issue, and so we're looking at the same thing. I mean, we're answering the same question, but it seems that we have different opinions. Well, President Moon has said at the UN National Assembly that we have to have an end to the Korean War. And the Korean foreign minister has said that we are talking quite well, with the U.S. government. And some say that we're not really making any progress, in our discussion with the U.S. government. So what exactly does it mean to have an end to a Korean War? What does that mean? About the declaration of an end to the war, when we meet with the leaders, I mean, we did not really need to, talk about putting an end to the war, but because of the stalemate between South and North Korea, as well as between North Korea and the United States, the issue of putting an end to the Korean War came up. I mean, this is just a declaration. So it's a political gesture or political action. And so this is the first step that we need to clear, to make any sort of progress. And for us to move to, peace scheme, we need to take these steps before. But it's quite sad that we're not even able to talk about, declaring that there has been an end to the Korean War, even here in Korea. And President Moon, I think it's back in 2018. That's when President Moon met with the leader of North Korea, and they said that they will declare the end of the war. I discussed out, that issue when I went to the U.S., around that time period. And I think this is a political declaration, symbolic. And through that declaration, we want to, push North Korea to put an end to its nuclear development and bring about, friendlier relations between the two Koreas. And then maybe next February, maybe during the Beijing Olympics, the leaders from 4 countries could adopt that declaration. So no matter who becomes the next president, it's something that's not going to be canceled, once it has been, declared. And so this peace process on the Korean Peninsula could be, not a full, fully instituted, but like what I call as just, partially institute something, a peace on the Korean Peninsula. And so I think that could, make a momentum to establish peace on the Korean Peninsula. And so declaration of that declaration has so many, meanings. Here in Korea, we have this misunderstanding that once we have this declaration that the U.S. troops will withdraw from the Korean Peninsula. But that's not it. It's just that we are, changing from, armistice state to the, end of the war state, so that we will be able to continue to work on permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula. And about the U.S. troops, I mean, they are stationed here through, a discussion between 2 sovereign countries, South Korea and the U.S. It's 2 separate things, the declaration of the end of the war and the U.S.-Korea alliance. And there are some people who say that once there's a declaration that there's going to be the withdrawal of the U.S. troops and the dissolution of the UN command forces, and this peace process, it's going to be a long journey, and we have an agreement between North and South Korea, and also I believe that President Trump has blessed that agreement, and so it's a first step. But some people are very suspicious, and I think that's very regretful. So is Ms. Shinhwa with us?
So I think she's not here yet. Oh, I think she's here.
Yes.
There is no interpreter button in the bottom.
Okay.
Okay, I find it just now. Okay.
시오무라 의원님께 지금 제가 질문을 하나 드리고 싶은데.
So actually, I have a question to you because you're absent, so I was not able to ask a question. Can you answer the question? So, a while ago, I said that. So, of course, Korea and Japan was supposed to ratify the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapon, and Korea, Japan didn't, but they are still arguing that we need to create a nuclear weapon-free zone. So why Japan? Actually, Japan is the victim of nuclear weapon, and if so, they failed to ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapon. What would be the reason for it?
お答えさせていただきます。与党議員と私の見解ではちょっと違いがあるかもしれないんですが、基本的には日本もおそらく韓国もそうなんでしょうが、核の傘に守られているという前提がある。そういう前提がある。そして日米同盟もあると。そうなってきたときにこの条約に入ってしまうと矛盾が出てしまうのではないかと、そのように与党関係の方は言っているような状況です。ですからこれに対して。
Apologies for not being able to provide English interpretation of our Japanese guest. There's been a technical issue. We will try to fix it as quickly as possible.
日米同盟があったとしても、例えばその同盟結んでは日本だけではない。そうした国々、例えばフィリピンだったと思いますが、どこだったかな、ごめんなさい、きちんと参加をしたりしているところがあるわけなんですよね。それを理由にやらないというところがやっぱりその日本とアメリカの強固な結びつきの強さがあるのだろうというふうに私は思っているところです。
근데 지금 사실상
But actually, there are many countries who are not agree with the Treaty on the Proliferation of Nuclear Weapon, and they are alliances of the U.S. actually. Korea, Australia, Japan, these alliances disagree with the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapon. So U.S. and the U.S. alliances kind of saying that they want to have a nuclear weapon, and Japan also didn't ratify on the treaty strongly. And how do we need to overcome this issue? Maybe Ms. Lee can answer first, and then I'll give the floor to Ms. Shiomura Ayaka, then and to Ms. Kishi Bayar.
Sorry, was I just called on? Because the English language interpretation isn't working.
Yeah, we just changed the Zoom settings, so let me
So if that question was meant for me to repeat the question.
So actually, the alliances and the U.S. didn't ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of the Nuclear Weapon. So all the alliances and the U.S. didn't not ratify the treaty, and there should be the reason for it. And I'd like to ask your point on this issue later. I'll start first with Ms. Lee, then Ms. Yeonmura, and then Ms. Kishi Bayar.
여기 다른 데가 들어오는 것 같은데 동티모르가 나오는 것 같은데. 1번. 안 되고 있지. 그럼 이제 한국말로 하시고 그다음 그럼 이재정 의원께서 그 답변을 좀 해주시죠. 왜냐하면 여기
Well, maybe Ms. Lee, you can start first. I think we have a problem with the device. So actually, this is quite a very critical problem. I wish that the East Asia region can be free of nuclear weapon, but East Asia region will not give up the nuclear weapon all. U.S., Russia will have nuclear weapon continuously, and Korea, Japan, Mongolia, who does not have nuclear weapon as of today, will have a different situation. So these countries have to have some kind of security guarantee, and that was the convention of the UN. So without the nuclear weapon, we can't live without any worries. And with that, if we have that kind of legal ground, we don't need to worry about nuclear weapon or other countries having nuclear weapon. That was the beginning of the discussion, and that is how we can survive. But from the perspective of North Korea or from the perspective of Korea, we have that kind of worries because North Korea are tempted to have a nuclear weapon in any situation. So from this perspective, maybe you can share your idea, Ms. Lee. As you just said, U.S., China, making a nuclear weapon free zone within this region can be realized only when U.S. and China believes that maybe they can even declare that the strategic use of nuclear weapon will not be made within this region. However, we have a geopolitical tension between the U.S. and China continuously. So we cannot just simply say that just recognition of the issue will not resolve this issue because of the geopolitical situation. East Asia, Northeast Asian region, their role, their ideas can be very different. And I think we need to resort on the responsibilities and willingness of this region. And at this point, I think that we need to be more bold. Maybe we can have a six-party talks or another form of the talks. But in any cases, we can have that kind of multilateral leadership. We need to initiate that kind of multilateral leadership. Ms. Shiomura Ayaka, actually, I have a question. So, if we declare the end of the war in this region, will it be helpful to Japan or not?
Well, let me give you my personal opinion. I think this is going to help. Well, now there's the truce, status or the armistice status, and as a neighboring country, this is not a very assuring situation, and so I believe that. Because of that, that has become a reason for arms race. So I believe that it's good.
Ms. Krishiankabara, what do you think? If we declare the end of war, will it be helpful to the Mongolia, or will it damage the security of the Northeast Asia region?
So I'm going to assume that we're talking about the U.S.-China rivalry and the different tensions that are going on around here. So I would just say that this rivalry has been going on for many years, and the smaller states like Mongolia are having a lot of trouble because these rivalries are dividing the world into two and making other countries like us choose sides. So in that sense, it has become very difficult for us to play a very active role in foreign relations. So in that sense, it would be, of course, very best for us to have at the end of the war and de-escalating the different tensions that we have, so that smaller countries like us in the region do not have to make a very difficult decision of having to choose sides.
우리 이제 앵커바라 국장께서 또 하나.
So I believe that Ms. Kishi Ankabara raised a very important issue along with Ms. Lee. So U.S. and China have this kind of rivalry relations, and you partially answered to this question. But what should be the choice of Korea between China and the U.S.?
Well, some say that we are being forced to make a choice. But the Korean government is not, it should not make a choice because it's forced. It has to make a decision or a choice, on a case by case, thinking about the interest of the people. This is a technology. This is a national interest and values issues. So we have to think of everything. And when we think about the national interest, I don't think any country here will, go to any extreme. And within National Assembly here in Korea, well, it's as if we're being forced to make a choice. And we ask the administration, to make its position clear, especially the opposition party. But we have to respond, issue by issue, thinking about the national interest. And we're not just going to leave things to the US and China. We have to be independent. We have to be proactive. And because of the economic dependence, we are influenced or impacted. But through multilateral mechanism, here we have to make efforts so that we can strike a balance.
Is Shiomura Ayaka, US already choose to work with the US, right? Don't you think so?
Yes. It may seem like that, which I think is very regrettable. And there are many, who say that. And I think that we have to have a cooperation between U.S., Japan, and Korea. I don't think we should be forced, to make a choice that we shouldn't side.
Ms. Shiomura Ayaka, so we have so many conservatives who say that we need to work with the U.S. and Korea, need to work with the U.S. or even Quad can be one option for us so that we can work against China. So U.S. China, let's say that you have a military tension between the U.S. and China. The battlefield would be Japan or Southeast Sea. So what do you think about this from the perspective of Japan?
Well, there are concerns, and there are, of course, differing opinions. And we believe that this is a way of suppression or containment. As I said, I think we need to have some sort of cooperation. Some issues we need to be independent, but on some issues we need to cooperate. We have threats coming from North Korea, and so we want to avoid any accidental collisions. So we have to set the directions clear. But diplomacy is all about conversation. So what's most important is trust.
Let me move on to the very final question. Ms. Lee said something very important. There is a parliament alliance between Japan and Korea, but their activities are very little these days. So young parliamentary members are talking that we need to increase our cooperation. In this Asia-Pacific region for peace and security, the biggest beneficiary would be you, young leaders. I'm in my 70s already, so I'm not going to live forever. So I'm not be the beneficiary of this cooperation, but from the perspective of younger people, you will be the beneficiary of this good relationship between Japan and Korea. So Ms. Kishi and Kuyabaru, so in your opinion, young leaders, young people in this region, Asia-Pacific region, are working for peace and security. What kind of cooperation are you going to suggest to the young leaders? Of course, I read your answer, but can you repeat maybe?
Sure, thank you. So some of the findings from two projects that we've done with the UN. So one of them was, as young people, perhaps we should, ourselves make very good effort, very active effort in terms of reaching beyond borders, despite the historic differences and despite our regional locations, right? So in that sense, we should all become more educated about disarmament issues, and in order to provide quality input in decision-making processes. And so UNDPPA will also, with UNESCO, held something called the Futuring Northeast Asia Dialogues just a few months ago. So the participants really expressed hope for increased communications and better interactions between generations as well, because we see that, as you've also pointed out, that a lot of the times there are so many dialogues that we could also be having between generations, and just that really increasing our sense of identity as Northeast Asian young people, and creating this sort of, whether it be like a union or a youth collective along this issue of youth and disarmament would be very important.
그 심호무라 의원님 지금 플로.
So, Shimomura, there's a question from the floor. So, you said that it's important to have exchanges among the young people in Korea and Japan. So, what sort of dialogue and what sort of cooperation do you think we need? So, as to prevent, military conflicts or military collisions, can you answer this question? Thank you very much for the question. What we want to say is this. So the veterans, so a lot of people, we have. So I will in the future more actively take part in this exchanges between Japan and Korea. I have a lot of friends in Japan, so I would like to work with those friends in Korea. And Asian culture, especially Korean culture, is very popular globally. And here in Japan, the Korean culture, Korean artists like BTS are very popular within Japan, and I think they have become a basis for a conversation. And at the same time, with the gender issues, also the climate issues, the human rights issues. And I think those issues we could discuss between Korea and Japan. We need to discuss these issues. As young leaders, we need to cooperate on these issues. I think we need to have patience as we try to, have more exchanges. So young leaders and young parliamentarians on both countries, need to cooperate, within parliamentary level, but also in other areas. And we need to meet face to face. And I think, as we work on this, I think things will improve. And one more thing that I want to mention. In terms of international cooperation, there was a resolution that was taken at United Nations, and that is. And what's important is whenever there's such a resolution is made, all countries need to comply with this, and including China. It is very important that we comply with international laws.
As you just said, so chairman of JDC organized this forum, and young leaders need to join this JDC and have more opportunity to talk with others. I hope that we can have that kind of more opportunity. Can you say yes to everyone here? Of course I will do. Please welcome with a big round of applause about this remark. So maybe you can have the floor. So actually 10 years ago, I had a chance to read the book written by you, Moon Jung-in. And you said that after the Middle East region, Asia will be the centerpiece of conflict because of the rivalry region between US and Japan, or US and China, and because of the multiple regions in this region, or between China or Taiwan. If one of these goes wrong, we can have a very serious war here. And I remember that is what you just said. And Ms. Lee said that this is not that pessimistic if you see the current situation. So 10 years later, you are here as a moderator. But I believe that in this East Asia region, what we expected 10 years ago, the next region for the biggest conflict was expected to take place in this region after the Middle East. But now we are here standing on this peace island of Jeju Island with the leaders of East Asia region, and I believe that they will do multiple activities. So we will create this kind of venue. So please collect your wisdoms through this occasion. Ms. Yomura Ayaka. So we have a chairman of JDC, and he said he's gonna host the forum continuously. So are you going to attend this forum continuously?
Yes, of course. Yes, I would love to be invited. Yes, thank you.
플로어에서 질문이 하나 있는데요.
Ms. Lee, we have a question from the floor. So if we declare the end of the war, we will be able to remove the nuclear weapon, but in return, we need to give some kind of incentive to North Korea. Maybe the U.S. did not reveal that kind of return yet. That's why the U.S. did not agree with the end of the war. Do you think that there is an incentive? I don't think that. Actually, we need to have very complex discussion to find an answer for it. So end of the war declaration should be done, and we need to give some kind of return to the North Korea, and we can think about the multiple things for the return. One thing for sure is that regardless of the types of the return or benefit, regardless of the type of the benefit or return, regime stability must be guaranteed by the strong will of the U.S., and we need to earn trust from the North Korea that their regime will be maintained. That is how we can get closer to the end of the war declaration. And I think this question must be answered by the Japanese speaker as well, because there is one thing I'd like to. Can I have some more minutes to say? So open your consent. Actually, when I said last time, you were absent because you need to do the voting, so let me repeat. In 1965, we had a treaty between Korea and Japan, and we created an association between Korean and Japan parliamentary members. And as a young female leader, we feel a lot at National Assembly because this is very masculine area, especially in this Confucius society in Japan or China. We have a hierarchical system, and in that sense, the structure of this alliance has some kind of limitation. And I think you felt it as you did activities in this association. So regarding this 1965 treaty, we talked a lot from many perspectives, but we need to create a new channel beyond the 1965 to not to go back to the past days. While maintaining the current structure, we need to create a new dialogue venue to talk about the future, and that is what we can do as a young female leader. And we have 3 panelist members, all female members, and the UN Resolution 1325 represent the peace leadership of female leaders, and I think sustainability can be maintained if it is guaranteed by the female leaders, not just by the men leaders. So I believe the female leaders need to take more initiatives in this field, I believe, as a last remark.
의원님께도 질문이 하나 더 있는데.
We have a question for our Japanese parliamentarian. You said that we need to comply in international law in order to resolve the South China Sea issue, and China is not accepting the decisions from the international court. And so, how are we going to ensure a safety on the naval routes, as well as how can we ensure a strategic safety on the sea? Can you tell us? Thank you so much for the question. This is a very important question and also a very difficult question. I am a member of the Democratic Party in Japan, and I believe that we all need to cooperate, and China also needs to cooperate on issues that are occurring in South China Sea, and the ruling party here. I don't know whether I should use the term military power. anyway, they are saying that Japan needs to increase its military power, and there are people in Japan that support increasing military power of Japan. But I believe that we need to put the international law first, and there could be a risk of accidental collisions. We have to make sure such a thing does not happen, and we need to have conversations that we would not revert back to the past.
Okay. How does Mongolian position how does Mongolia position itself in the U.S.-China conflict in the East Asia region? How does it affect the Mongolian relations with Korea and Japan?
So I think Korea and Japan all understand that our foreign policy priorities are number one, our neighboring countries, and number two, our third neighbors, who are also US, Korea, and Japan. So in that sense, for example, now with COVID, our borders are closed, and we are having 80% of our exports and imports go to or through China. So in that sense, you can kind of guess what our position could be. But I think in that sense, because we are the only, we are sometimes called the oasis of democracy in this huge chunk of geographical land, that it is very much possible. And we also very much look forward to working with our third neighbors in order to strengthen our democracy. So in that sense, we do try to keep a balance as much as possible whenever we can.
또 다른 질문 있습니까?
Do we have other questions from the audience or from the floor? I don't think the people on the floor have had the opportunity to ask questions. I think we have time to take one or two questions from the floor. Oh, I think Professor Lee here has a question. Can somebody please bring a microphone over to the professor? Thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance to ask a question. And during the morning, there was an APLN session.
I believe that no nuclear weapon free zone is being talked, and that is very much collide with the nuclear weapon regime. This is quite a harsh reality. We don't have any particular solution to it. Of course, this is a matter of the willingness, but from this perspective, this is quite regrettable, especially when I heard the answer of the Ms. Shiodo Ayaka. I was very much agreed with what she just said, especially the politics regarding the nuclear weapon are in these complex ways. And also, you have my respect, Ms. Lee Sejong, so I have a question to you, Lee. So what should we need to do to make a trans-party decision under this president system? How do we need to, what kind of things we need to do to collect all the ideas from both parties and create a kind of consensus in reality? So what kind of mechanism do we need to make such kind of decision? So Ms. Lee, maybe you can answer to this question. South-South conflict. This term can be translated in many different kinds of terms, but at least in Korea, all the international relation issues, North Korean issues, or North-U.S. talks are very much binary issues. So there are two very different ideas on these kind of issues. So my party also have different idea from the opposition party. But in Korea, we have a Ministry of Unification which does not exist in other countries. So they tried a social dialogue for the talk regarding unification, which can embrace the both conservative and liberal party. So within a short period of time, we wanted to create some kind of principle, or at least the basic principle of the unified Korea. So we raised the fund and had a marathon-like discussion, and we reached a partial consensus, which was reported a while ago. That was delivered to the president and to the National Assembly, and actually it was not much covered by the media. So that kind of public venue must be more created, and if that is possible, we can reach further consensus. And also, we need to, besides the issue of propagandizing that kind of consensus on the global stage, I think we need to create that kind of social venue, and that kind of South-South conflicts can be resolved partially by making that kind of social discussion venues. Of course, the Ministry of Unification need to make a further effort, but that is one of the achievements, I believe, from my perspective. And also, the opposition party member, I talked with the party from the opposition party, and those who have experienced the city council, and because of the climate change, they realized that the apple trees must be cultivated to the northern regions more and more. So that means that we can't work with North Korea to grow apple trees in the future. So at the municipality level, or by using the snapback region, we can further work with North Korea, and that is very different from the one cookie cutter like ideas of the opposition party. But if you go deeper, we can reach further consensus more and more, and that kind of consensus or partial consensus can be a basis for us to play a role as a middle country on the global stage with confidence. I believe this is time for us to do so. Thank you.
지금도 comment.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm receiving so many questions and comments, but unfortunately, we don't have much time. One thing that is clear is that in the security environment is quite difficult in Northeast Asia as well as in Asia Pacific. We have this issue of war that is still ongoing theoretically on the Korean Peninsula, and there are also the issue of rivalry between China and the U.S. And we do have, some ideas in order to resolve nuclear issues. We have to have a nuclear weapon-free zone in Northeast Asia, for instance. And also, there's a mention. There's also this discussion about declaring end of the war, and and having a peace process on the Korean Peninsula. And also. In terms of the U.S.-China rivalry, we shouldn't just depend on these two countries to resolve their issues. I think there has to be involvement of other countries. And the owner of the future are the young people. Young people should lead the dialogue and the discussions. They should be the drivers for changes. And as parliamentarian Lee has said, that parliamentary association between Korea and Japan, as well as other issues, the people who are taking part on those activities are over the age of 50 and the age of 60. They don't have much longer left in their lives. They may not continue to be alive and to lead these discussions. And so we believe we need to give more chance to young people to lead the discussion. And I think this is meaningful that JDC has established the Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum. And we have these parliamentarians representing Korea and Japan attending, as well as a diplomat from Mongolia also participating. And I believe that they will be able to lead this discussion. And I hope that we will in the future be able to have more candid discussion.
잠시 JDC 이사장님 단상에 올라오시.
The chairman of JDC, please come onto the stage so that we can take a picture together.
そうですか。はい。はい。
네, 잠시 후 3시 40분부터 폐회 세션 너와 나 청년의 이야기가 이곳 랜딩 볼룸 AB에서 시작됩니다. 감사합니다.
Uh-huh. 네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 3시 40분부터 폐회 세션이
Gentlemen, we have a housekeeping announcement. From 3:30, we will start the closing session. If you hear my voice, please come inside and take your seat.
5분여 정도.
So we have 5 minutes. So from 3:40, we will begin the closing session. Please come inside and take your seat.
안내해 주세요. 네, 밖에 계신 분들은
Everyone outside, please be guided by our staff members and come inside and take your seat.
자, 마지막 폐회
Ladies and gentlemen, we have final session to go to listen to the voice of young leaders. So we have still empty seat and take your seat and fill the seat. If you're outside of the room, please come inside and be guided by our staff members and take your seat. Also during the session, I think you already know it, but please check your cell phone and put it into vibration mode or turn it off for the smooth proceedings of the forum.
네, 자리가 정
Ladies and gentlemen, we are arranging the stage, and as soon as we finish the stage arrangement, we will begin the final session. Our young leaders are represented by these 5 figures, so including me, all panelist members. Please don't forget to wear mask until the end of the forum. Also, if you need the interpretation device, it is on your table already, Korean number 1 and English channel number 2. So since this is 3:40, let me introduce myself once again. The first Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum, the final session opened. I'm your MC again. My name is Kim In-mi. I met you at the opening session. So before we begin the session, I'd like to invite a very special guests who are honoring this occasion with their presence. Whenever their name is called, please welcome with a big round of applause. The organizer of the forum, he must have been busy today and yesterday. Chairman Moon Dae-rim of JDC, please welcome with a big round of applause. Also, we are joined by Miss Professor Lee Moon-jung from Kongshu University. We're joined by Mr. Kang Seung-soo, the Director of the Planning of JDC. Also, Mr. Park Chul-lee of the same institution is with us today, who is in charge of the investment. We are also joined by the agent of this forum, the young leaders. Please give another round of warm applause to yourself. So thank you so much for staying with us until the very end of the forum. Now, this is the very last session, and I believe that there should be many messages you want to deliver to young leaders. I'd like to invite first Chairman Moon Tae-rin for his closing remark. Please welcome with a big round of applause once again.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Tae-rin Moon, Chairman and CEO of JDC. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Lee, who is gracing this event until the very end, and our online participants. Thank you for your active participation and support you have shown throughout this forum, which has now come to an end. I would like to thank everyone who took part in planning this event and also distinguished guests for taking time out of their busy schedules to be here with us. Over the last 2 days, here in Jeju, we have had a very meaningful time exploring the role of young leaders for sustainable development and peace. Surrounding the main agendas that are environment, peace, and youth employment, we could engage in vibrant exchanges of ideas through multiple sessions, including special dialogue session. Based on our understanding of the calls of the time and unfolding changes, creative ideas were generated, and we could see that preemptive actions of ours can actually bring sustainable future. The heated discussions and debates we had helped us to think about the challenges we will face from young people's perspective, and we could deeply feel the need for change. And based on our mutual understanding, we mustered our wisdom to derive solutions. To make sure that the heated debates and new revelations do not stop here, we need continued interest and support after this forum. Actions centered around the youth can certainly be the cornerstone for the sustainable future. Young people who think first, speak first, and act first are true leaders. And I most certainly believe and expect that these young leaders will initiate changes to change the course of future. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change, pandemic, intergenerational conflicts, and international tensions and many other common challenges we face as humanity are only exacerbating. Against this backdrop, we need future generations to lead and act. It is time for young leaders around the world to get together to communicate more, to create a close cooperative system. I hope today's discussion has planted a seed. Until our thoughts and actions spread out, take root, and grow into a big tree, we JDC will be there to support your growth so that we can help you usher in the days of human prosperity. The Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum Jeju has made its first step this year. We will continue to merge creative young ideas with old wisdom and provide a platform for rich and vibrant discussions, and I ask for your continued support in this regard. To conclude, I wish you have made some precious memories here in Jeju, and I hope we can meet you again in the second forum next year. I thank you again for your passion and support, and I wish all of you health and happiness. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다, 이사장님.
Thank you, Chairman Moon, for your closing remark. Actually, the agent of this forum is young leader, you yourself, and he said that he will support you to the fullest so that you can grow and prosper. Please give him another round of applause because he worked in day and night to make it happen. So for the last 2 days, yesterday and today, did you enjoy it? Okay, so we communicated, and did you had a good time to exchange other ideas with others? So actually, we create a video clip out of this forum, and please direct your attention to the screen.
이번 포럼이 미래의 새로운 희망을 만드는 작지만 의미 있는 출발점이 될 것으로 기대합니다.
I hope the Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum will become the valuable platform for youth to exchange ideas and devise common strategies.
우리가 이루고 싶은 가치를 만들어가는 방법으로 창업, 스타트업 등과 관련된 다양한 정보를 이어갈 수 있을 것입니다.
Congratulations to all of you for the first ever Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum.
Let us work together to make this world a better for all.
I hope it will be a meaningful time to think about Green City with Green City Ambassador. Take action for Green City.
지금 아태형 리더스 포럼이 일회성이 아닌 지속성을 갖고 제주도에 있는 청년뿐만 아니라 전국에 있는 시민들에게 동기가 되는 포럼이 되었으면 하는 바람입니다. 화이팅!
네.
So, I believe that your faces were included in this video clip. So now it is time for the young leaders to be invited onto the stage. So all the pre-designated speakers, please come onto the stage. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. So please take your seat. So you just saw the video clip, and your enthusiasm were felt in the video, and I have a great and high expectation for this final session as well. Under the theme of UNI Story of the Youth, we are going to talk about the main agent of the forum, you young leaders. We have chapter first and chapter second, and for the chapter first, we're gonna talk about the encounter with the young leaders, and in the second part of the session, I'm gonna talk about the young leaders forum from the perspective of youth. We have 4 people on at the venue, and we have another guest at the online platform. Mr. Miss Shinhwa, are you there? So can you introduce yourself shortly?
Good afternoon. I was born and raised in Jeju, and I worked in diverse places, but now I'm currently living in Mosulpo, Jeju, and currently operating a bookshop called Another Page, and my name is Shinhwa. I've worked in the fields of international cooperation as an activist. And with my sister, who worked as a education trip planner, I wanted to think about how we can communicate and how we can live as global citizens, and that is why I created this place, bookshop. In the bookshop, you can find books about Jeju region, environment, literature, liberal arts, independent publication, and so on and so forth. We want to understand the society through the lens of environment, locality, and human rights, and we want to make sure that the minority is involved in our stories, along with diverse agents. I plan for this space. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your good introduction. You speak very well. I wish I can go there once. Thank you. And I'd like to give the floor to Kang Na-ru because you're assistant manager of the seed grower.
Good afternoon. I'm a seed agent Kang Na-ru, and I bridge indigenous seeds to our daily lives. I currently participating artists in the Project Jeju at the same time, curated at the Jeju Museum of Art, and through crowdfunding, I recently published a book titled Seeds in Daily Lives, based on my experience of growing seeds in 6 years. Thank you for your diverse experience. And representing the youth ambassador, I have John Sung-hwan here. Hello.
Hello everyone. So I'm the young ambassador of the first Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum, and at the City Hall, I work as a youth leader. So with the panelist members on the stage and with you audience, I'm going to talk about the sustainable peace and prosperity as a young leader, and it is my great honor to be part of it. Thank you so much for your kind participation. Then I'd like to give a floor to Laisa Malida Hamiati.
안녕하세요. Selamat sore. Gentlemen, my name is Raisa Maulida. I'm currently pursuing bachelor degree in political science and diplomacy and Asia Business International Studies. And I am here as representative of the Green City Ambassador by GDC and UN Habitat Korean Committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your generous. 네, 계속해서 마지막으로 우리 강현.
Finally, on the stage, we have Assistant Manager Kang Hyun-min of Jeju Free City Development Center. As also introduced, I'm working in the Partner Division of JDC. My name is Kang Hyun-min. I'm responsible for the training and education of the employees, and it has been 10 months since I joined this institution. So I'm a little bit inexperienced, but I'm very much helped by my colleagues, and it's my great honor to be part of it. So you worked for less than a year, and now you're here to represent the voice of JDC. Yes, correct. So I have a very good expectation to you as well. So in the first chapter, like I said, I'm going to talk about the youth leaders who are working for the sustainability. So we are joined by these outstanding figures. First, for the sustainable future and society, I have a question to you. Kang Na-ru, first. You said that you have multiple occupations and you are full of ideas, I believe. So what motivates you to engage in this seed agent activities?
Bridging indigenous seed into our daily lives, I currently work with diverse artists and peasants and farmers. And since I couldn't describe what I do using the existing job titles, I just named myself Seed Agents because I want to bridge the world using seeds. So by seed, you mean a lot of things, right? And you use seeds as a medium or a bridge to link diverse parts of the world. Thank you. Then why did you start working in this field with so much diverse ideas? Yes. Then I am going to deliver a PPT presentation, and I think in my presentation you can listen to the answer of the questions you just raised. Thank you.
So we have Shinhwa on the Zoom platform. So what motivates you to start this on Another Page?
For me, from the get-go, actually, I didn't dream of opening a bookshop or bookstore. As a uni student, I kind of was interested in diverse social issues. In particular, the global movement, fair trade, this was the area I got interested in. And then I spent 6 months in the Philippines communicating with local residents as part of the service group and volunteering group. And back then, I visited Garbage Island Village, so-called Garbage Islands. And in one alternative school there, I could meet a lot of friends and I could learn a lot from them. And based on that, in Mongolia and Sri Lanka and many other places, I worked as an international development cooperation agent, especially in Mongolia. Because of the climate change, people cannot engage in nomadic lives and they had to go to the urban area, and they created this urban poor class, and I could witness what it is like to be an urban poor, and I started working for the slums in the Mongolia. From the perspective of human rights, did a lot of things to improve individuals' rights or one social groups' rights, but I could actually feel that this requires not the efforts of that specific group in person, but the entire countries and the entire world. And after coming back, I worked in the social contribution team of one company, but I could see that the company was only interested in creating good image with money. So I felt that this is not the way to go. To solve environment, poverty issues, and migration and female and women-related issues, I wanted to solve and address these issues from the local perspective, and that is why I started operating a bookshop. And one of the friends I started working on bookshop with used to be a teacher for alternative schools. She used to travel around the world and around the country to teach kids. And we are currently operating a small bookshop, which is oftentimes called neighborhood bookshop for global citizens. We want to make sure that in the bookshop, you just not buy or consume book. Through book, you can read the trends of the world and think locally and act locally. That is why we are very serious in curating the books, and we focus on diverse topics such as environment, locality, human rights, diversity, and the books that does not exclude minorities. And my favorite phrase is think globally and act locally. So that would be the motto of my bookshop. Thank you.
So you said that you're running a very small store, but actually there are very big beam inside of your bookstore. So you have a fantastic occupation. And Kangnaru said that you prepare a presentation to tell a story. So can you start?
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in this prestigious stage. I enjoy demonstrating traditional values through the form of visual arts such as sculpture and so on and so forth. And here in Jeju, I could actually grow a lot of indigenous seeds, and with that, I felt like I am creating pieces of life through the seeds, and all the vague scenes I only imagined, I thought that these images are encapsulated in the seeds. And indigenous seeds are the seeds that is traditionally growing in the climate or the territory, and they can be divided into two categories: domestic species, local variety, and the wild species. And I think this seed sounds like a very far away story because you oftentimes imagine grandpas, grandmas, or the documentaries, but the seeds actually have a long history, and I wanted to experience this long story that the seeds embody. That is why I became part of the Korean Women Peasant Association to grow and collect seeds. And as for the indigenous seeds, this activity is actually done a lot by females. That is why I am currently working in Sisters Garden Jeju community and also KWPA Jocheon branch. So I do a lot of activities regarding indigenous seeds, collecting it and sowing and so on and so forth. And I'm building more and more experiences regarding seeds. And with that, I can see what I couldn't see before, I could actually feel the vitality of the seeds, which made me more attracted to the seeds. I could learn a lot more seeds, and I became devoted to make sure that we can carry these indigenous seeds over to the future generation. So seeds are what I do, and seeds are the purpose of what I do. So I engage in a lot of activities such as the arts where you can actually sense seeds, and I am trying to make sure that households can utilize seeds when cooking so that the future generation have an exposure to the indigenous seeds that is disappearing in our modern lives. And going forward, make sure that traditional seeds can exist in the future area. As a seed agent, I want to engage in more and more activities. And on this occasion, I want to take a look at the current and the future of seeds from the three perspectives and suggest some of the future activities that we can all do. Seeds preserve themselves and seeds can reproduce themselves, but that does not apply to all seeds. In the market, some of these seeds that you buy was made after the biotechnology in the 1980s. With the BT technology, we could modify the seeds, and sometimes these seeds are only bioengineered to be single-use seeds. So next year, you're gonna have to buy another batch of seeds. That means it affects a lot to the farmers who rely on seeds. Seeds is a strategic resource in biotechnology and is constantly being modified. And some of these seeds are protected by IP and the patent right. But the thing is that the rights belongs to the seed companies, not farmers. And many big companies were actually acquired by multinational companies. With that, we do not have a Korean seed company which lost ground to manufacturing companies, and multinational companies in the field of seed. Sorry about this. These multinational companies compete fiercely with each other over the IP right of seeds, and we do have monopoly in this field. They own patent rights, they own IP. With that, the prices of seeds is only growing. And seed is only viewed from the money perspective. And if we just continue to think from this perspective, this can actually decrease and harm the biodiversity of the world and can undermine the food security and the sovereignty. The diversity of the crops that we grow is in line with the sustainable relations that we always have had with foods. If we lose seeds, we lose traditional wisdom that we have inherited from our ancestors. So from the food perspective, seeds should not be viewed as an industrial perspective. We should view seeds as part of our daily lives. Traditional seeds maintain their characteristics in next round and next year, and they can maintain their characteristics, they can carry their characteristics over to next generation. In the seed industry, developing seed, exporting seed, and developing more diversity is of course important, but we have to make sure that we maintain the traditional value of the seeds as well. And secondly, we have to think about the traditional way of cultivating seeds. In the agriculture sector, the genetically modified seeds require the chemicals and the pesticides, herbicides that feed the seeds specifically. However, the use of chemicals lead to the loss of organic matter, and farmers who have to use these chemicals, whether they like it or not, becomes a victim and a perpetrator of these practice. And the use of these modified seeds leads to the condition where more diseases can occur, and this leads to the destruction of the ecosystem, which of course puts burden to the environment. That is why I believe seeds issue is related to the environment issue as well. And climate change is related to food security as well. Indeed, the climate of the Korean Peninsula is transforming itself from the temperate one to subtropical one. And with the advance of technology, we're talking a lot about smart farms, but traditional seeds and indigenous seeds actually help us to do the eco-friendly farming because they evolved to the environment naturally over time. That means we can protect the nature and still engage in farming. So I believe that the producers should be linked to should be put into a very virtuous circle. Seed is a living organism. We have to plant seeds and make sure that we collect seeds from the crop that we have created from the seeds so that we can remain and maintain the vitality of the seeds. And even when we do not know well about this industrial landscape of the seeds, I think we at least should know more or know better about the food that we eat. I believe you know GMO or genetically modified organism. This technology emerged, and after that, despite the continuous demand of the civic societies, we are consuming a lot of GMO products in Korea. Actually, we are one of the top countries in terms of GMO consumption. Many argue that GMO comes with benefits, but the pesticides and the chemicals that are applied to GMOs are some of the strongest sorts. And GMO does not necessarily give a lot of nutritional benefits over natural ones as well. Indigenous seeds, of course, include non-food ones like cotton, but protecting indigenous seeds is oftentimes related to our food life and food culture. And agriculture leads to food, and food leads to culture. And when maintaining seeds, we can protect our food culture, and with that, we can learn the wisdom that had been inherited to us from our ancestors, which will ultimately enrich our lives. I believe you have a lot to say, but can we wrap up here maybe? I think you have 10 pieces of paper here. I think you indeed value how important this stage is. With that, everything began with a small grain of seeds. One grain of seed can lead to thousands of lives, and our small activities to maintain such seeds can amount to our effort to preserve the sustainable future. I hope protecting seeds in line with the sustainable way of life in the pandemic times. Thank you.
오늘 이 자리를
So I think through this occasion, you must have a lot of things to share with, and I think you thought that this is one and only opportunity to say about your seeds, and I give you my applause for your seed-related effort. So she taught us what kind of attitude we have in our lives. So I have a common question to all of you. So in your own position for the sustainability and future, what should be the role of the youth? I have this question to Mr. Chun Sung-hwan first. What do you think? Actually, the previous speaker beautifully summarized everything I should say, and actually, I'm under this spotlight and I'm sweating a little because of this hot lights. Actually, I was discharged from military 3 months ago, and as you know, on this island there are so many young activists or venue, institution, facilities for young leaders. Among them, I'd like to pick one in my presentation. I worked for the Jeju Youth Center, and I was worked as a program planner back then. And the theme of the travel was back then was eco-friendly travel to Udo Island. I designed this traveling package because there are so many people who are kind of swarming into the Jeju Island and even to Udo Island. And I believe that there are many people who are saying that there was so much waste on this island. So as a young leader, I saw it, I observed it, and I wanted to practice something like zero waste campaign or plug-in waste campaign so that young leaders can actually involve in this kind of campaign to learn a lesson and share the lesson with others regarding the importance of the plastic-free island or waste-free island. The ultimate message I want to deliver is that at this forum, we are continuously saying that sustainable peace or environmental preservation are important. Earth is being damaged, and these ideas can be taught by anyone. because since this is a forum, let me use English. Just do it. Just do it literally means do it. And actually, this is one of my favorite slogans. So we can think, however, putting that into practice is something that makes difference to the environment of Jeju Island or the global issues, including the environmental preservation related issues. So this is such urgent issues, and we can put our ideas into practice only if we act. Our individual act might be trivial, but like the ripple effect of social network in this 21st century, we can mimic that kind of reflect effect as a young leaders, so that our individual activities will create a huge reflect effect if they are combined. Zero waste campaign or delivery waste cleaning and recycling campaign can be some of the examples we can act. So by doing so, we'll be able to work for the sustainable of Asia Pacific region or environmental preservation or all those marine waste coming onto the seashore of the Jeju Island. We can provide solution by act. Thank you. So you talked about the Marine Plus and Zero Waste campaign, and just do it. That touched my heart. So without just any thinking, just do it would be the message you really want to deliver on the stage, I believe. So let me give the floor to Liza Molida Haleti.
Thank you for the floor. So during my experience as a Green City Ambassador, I have learned that youth itself has very important role in creating sustainable city. And we have learned in our research that in a lot of countries, especially for instance in Africa, they have their own campaign, for example, Bring Your Own Bag campaign that aims to raise awareness of the importance of reducing single plastic use. And another example is we can take from the Korea itself. Millennials are trying to create a corporation, and one of those, for example, is the Pong Tea that the campaign team has already researched. And they aim to plan and sold zero waste scoop ship tea, Pong Tea, to reduce general waste. Aside from that, I would like to tell to all of youth around the world that our role or our step should not always be huge. We can start from the smallest step in our life. For example, we can walk, we can ride a cycle, and we can take public transportation instead of taking our own private cars. And also, we could also try to bring our own bag as the campaign in Africa. Or we can also become a science literate citizens that start to take information and filter the false information before we share it to other youths around the world. And by contrast, we could also take significant steps, for example, by engaging in policymaking and social participation, or even creating job opportunities or programs that contribute to sustainability, especially in Jeju. And lastly, by participating in various events that could give us more profound knowledge and raise awareness to fellow youth all over the world.
Thank you. Thank you for your opinion. 예, 굉장히 다양한 사례와 또 의견.
You shared many examples and ideas. So now it is time to give the floor to Mr. Kang Young-min, responsible for the personal affairs of the JTC. The floor is yours. To begin with, sustainability, this term is very relevant to our future, especially this forum selected it as a keyword, peace and environment, and these two keywords are something we need to respect for the sustainable future. However, the importance of the peace and environment are recognized by many, but me and other young leaders are some kind of burdened to put those into practices, and maybe we were kind of insufficient in terms of the effort of putting those into practices. So I think this forum has been a venue where we can remind of the importance of those two keywords. So like Mr. Chen said, no plastic campaign can be one good example. And in my case, actually, I work for the industrial development team and I engaged in this micro mobility program. I don't have my passenger car, so that was very convenient to me. However, maybe we can reduce the carbon within this island or within the country, and I was a part of this contribution, I believe, and also much rewarded. So you are working for the carbon reduction of the Jeju Island, so you have my respect. So I'd like to give the floor to Gangnaru this time.
네.
Thank you. I feel sorry that I couldn't finish what I wanted to deliver in the previous presentation, but I hope that I will have another opportunity going forward. The diversity that is carried away from the seeds, carried to us with the seeds, should be maintained in our daily lives. And as for the indigenous seeds, in the industry and in our daily lives, they are very precious resources, but they cannot directly apply to the farming industry. But we are just passing burden to smallholders and farmers, and I think that should not be the case, right? Because this will be ultimately the responsibility of the future generations. So what I am trying to say is that we have to take care of what we eat, and also there are some local farmers market, and using this local farmers market will help us achieve sustainability. Thank you.
So I believe that our agricultural industry can prosper more than we can expect if we have more people like you. Ms. Shin, you have the floor this time.
Thank you. I want to separate sustainability and the role of youth. As for the sustainability, what do we mean? I think we have to think about what aspect of Jeju we love. What makes Jeju Jeju? From Jeju, we imagine like blue oceans. However, enjoying blue scenery and blue oceans, staying in luxurious resorts, and creating carbons and using like gourmet food is something that you can enjoy in every other islands outside of Jeju. However, all the Jeju local authorities and the tourism organizations are trying to mimic what other islands are doing, I guess. And this requires larger land, and this requires larger budget, and this will take space away from local Jeju residents. So instead, I think we have to find what makes Jeju Jeju from the traditional practices that we have had in the past. Maybe in a small petite stone wall house of Jeju, we can grow fresh ingredients from the family garden. And these types of activities and the practices should be the embodiment of Jeju, I guess. And I think this will help Jeju become more sustainable. In the future generation, and in the current generation, environment and sustainability are indeed two important keywords. We are enjoying abundance in materials. We are sharing the limited resource that is nature at such a low prices, and we use it, actually abuse it, and throw them casually away. So at this moment, I think the youth generation should pay attention to this juncture. Sorry, let me get my mask off. In the modern lives, we tend to think everything from the economic indicator perspective. The youth generation were educated to think everything from the economic perspectives, to be able to think diverse issues from economic perspectives. But then I think we have to break out of this framework and try to think about the deep meaning of what is life. High income or good job opportunities, does that necessarily lead to individual happiness? And in this free, fierce competition era, what individuals are achieving, and where do you want to go ultimately in your life? And I think these are the questions that the youth generation should ponder upon to broaden our horizon. I think youth generation should focus on experiencing a lot of things. With that, they have to find link between themselves and the local community. And this will help young generation understand that their issues are actually related to social issues and community issues, the environment, poverty, migration, and many other societal issues should be narrowed down to individual issues in order for the young generation to take this issue personally. And from my perspective, they can start working on broadening their horizon and think this problem as their individual problem and the local problem, their national problem, and the global problem. All the societal issues are oftentimes felt as individual problems in lucky cases, and if that's the case, they can engage in many other activities such as political participation and many other diverse movements at the community level or even beyond. So I think what youth has to do is to take care of what is going on surrounding them in the community. In this regard, environment issue, gender issue, veganism, and the many other animal rights and so on and so forth, all those diverse issues are capturing people's attention and active discussions are going on, and I welcome this movement. And as a young person myself, I hope that we continue to speed out the difficult issues that we have to talk about, and creating space where young generation can gather together to discuss issues is the role I have to take. Thank you.
So you talked about the importance of the engagement and participation into the environment you are surrounding with. Listening to the presentation of the fine people, I believe that we can shape the sustainable future together. Please give them a warm round of applause for their hard work. So you are doing very good job, and as a person from the established generation, I believe that this forum is such a good forum, and I give my applause to Chairman Moon. So let me move on to the second chapter of the discussion without further ado. This time we're going to discuss your impression on this forum. Mr. John and Ambassador Liza, what was your impression? What motivated you to take part in this forum? Let me give the floor to Mr. John first. To begin with, I decided to join the forum because actually on this Jeju Island, one of the greatest concern is environmental concern for me, so I decided to work for the supporters. Actually, personally, I'm a student of the Jeju University, and I wanted to introduce one youth organization called the Dodam Studio. Do you know that you can create a head out of 15 caps of the bottle? They collect the caps of the bottle by themselves and create a head out of them. So I believe that the bottle caps were very interesting. So I thought that those in their 20 or 30s has very strong initiative, and based on their travel experiences, we can do more than that. Maybe we can give eco-friendly travel kit to the incoming travelers, and that will be my next plan. And personally, I believe that through this forum, I took part in every session possible, and I was very much agreed with what people have to say. And I told you that Udo Island is fraught with the waste, so each region need to create a very innovative landfill areas. For example, landfill areas we can double as the ski resort or the garden as well. So, like Chairman Moon just said, I want you to make a promise. So this forum is something I was very much rewarded and contented with. So I hope that this forum, like the theme of today, can be sustainable or can even become one of the most representative forum in this region. So can you make a promise for us? Thank you so much for your promise. This concludes my talk. So I think you can say no whenever people say something on the stage, so you need to make a good promise. So next, Liza.
So personally think that I should step on and start my own steps to take the environmental campaign and sustainability, especially in Jeju. And therefore, I have joined a lot of diplomatic conferences, such as Model United Nations or environmental webinar. And from those experiences, I got to exchange many ideas with youth all over the world. However, I thought that my contribution for real society is too passive. And therefore, I decided to join Green City Ambassador to further utilize and share my knowledge with fellow youth. I am very grateful to participate in the research team along with other two members here in front of me. I would like to say thank you so much for my team leader and other two members, also the other members that support me. And to be very honest, that during 2 months experiences, I face a lot of challenge, especially in language barriers. But again, my team members, as well as GDC and also UN Habitat Korean Committee, were very passionate and also assist me a lot during these difficult times. And during 2 months of serving as Green City Ambassador, I learned how to research into country's policy and also give recommendation, especially for Jeju. And I hope that our recommendation is also applicable for other cities around the world. And I'm becoming aware of that individual and companies as well as countries have their own roles to create sustainable society. And also, I realized that influential misinformation campaign, fabricated controversies, selective media exposures, alternative facts, and false media balance could lead to confusion among the citizens and even threaten the environmental progress. Furthermore, with this experience, I could try to get out my comfort zone, engage with astounding youth here, and also I hope that I could contribute even a little bit to sustainability in Jeju.
Thank you. I hope you next year we meet. 정말 좋은.
So that was beautiful memory you made on this island and cases you collected. So personally, I was very relieved that you did so. Next year, another big forum has to be prepared again to collect more voices from the young leaders and put those into practices. So maybe next year, this should be the theme or major talks. So maybe I'll give the floor to Shinhwa. What do you think?
Next year, hopefully the COVID-19 will be over and I hope we can meet everyone in person. I hope that we can have a little more detailed topic over which we can make discussions. We can maybe invite citizens to let them participate in such discussions. Thank you.
More variety should be there in the next year's forum with a face-to-face meeting. What do you think, Kangnaru?
I also think that although this forum is focusing on youth, I hope that we can invite people from other generations so that we can make sustainable discussion regarding Jeju.
So that sustainability should be also applied to this forum, and it has been emphasized multiple times. What do you think, Mr. Kang? Likewise, next year, I'm not sure I will be invited to this forum as a speaker again, but I wish I can have more this kind of opportunity. So the commonality among 5 would be, since this is the first, we collected many voices, and since this is the first, there could be some insufficient areas, but taking that into account, we'll need to come back with richer contents. And that would be the summary of the 5 people's talks, and please give them a warm round of applause once again. So for the last 2 days, we had a marathon discussion, and you participated continuously from beginning till the end. So the first Asia Pacific Leaders Forum would have been informative to you, I believe, organized by JTC and hosted by the East Asia Foundation. Despite the COVID-19 situation, we worked with 6 part institution. It took more than a year to prepare the session with distinguished guests. We offered 14 sessions successfully. And as a result, more than 400 people participated in this forum, both online and offline. And I believe that this allowed the forum to grow as one of the most representative forums in this field. Please give a warm round of applause if you agree with my impression. So, as a token of celebration, the keyword of the forum will be expressed in this special performance. So, young leaders, do you have the banner? You will receive the banner that has the keywords of the forum: environment, peace, jobs, sustainability, action, young leaders, and the title of the forum. So we have 9 boards, so I think you need help. Actually, Chairman, can you come onto the stage? Professor, you too, please come onto the stage. And the one who had eye contact with me, 3 figures, young leaders, please come onto the stage. So come onto the stage and hold one each. Environment, peace, job, sustainability, action, young leader, initiate. Actually, Professor, can you go to a little bit to the right? So environment should come first. Who holds the environment? So please come closer to me. This is the final performance, so we need to have a good picture. So we need to follow the instruction well. Environment first, peace next, employment, sustainability, action, young leader. So all these boards represent the keywords of the young leaders and the forum. Please come closer to me. So is it okay? Does it have to be more horizontal? Environment, peace, employment, sustainability, action, young leaders, initiative are the key leaders of the forum, and Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum, Jeju. These are the identities of the forum completed. Please give them a warm round of applause once again. So that concludes the first Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum. We need to close our curtain here. Oh, actually, can you wait? Young supporters and ambassador, everyone please come onto the stage. We will have very final picture together with everyone. Young leaders, ambassadors, please all come onto the stage.
자, 서포터즈 여러분들.
All the supporters, you did a very good job, and ambassador, thank you so much for your hard work. Chairman Moon should be at the center of the stage, and everyone please come onto the stage so that we can take a photo together. This will be the finale of the forum. And I think this title is very timely. The Asia Pacific Young Leader Forum, the role of young leaders for sustainable development and peace in the Asia Pacific region is the theme of the forum. So please face forward to the camera. So as we take a photo together, let me give you the closing remark. Thank you so much for your participation in this closing session, young leaders. And this forum ends here, but I believe that through this forum, you were inspired, I believe. Think first, talk first, act first. Just do it would be the spirit of the young leaders who will help us to shape a better future. So thank you so much for your participation in this 2-day-long forum, as well as many online participants for your participation. So we will take final commemorative picture. Please let others know about the forum so that we can meet at the second forum once again. Why don't we say fighting when we say picture? One more. Please wave your hands. Why don't we clap? Good job. So you are the leader of the forum, and this forum would not have been possible without you. If you go outside at the lobby, you can scan QR code and join the survey. If you plan to go to the Jeju airport at 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock, from the Land Convention Center entrance, we have a shuttle bus that goes to the airport for your reference. So thank you so much for your participation.